it takes you to get out of town, and you tell me the speed that you went, and I'll tell you how far away it actually was.
You are model obsessed.
Yeah. Am I? I don't know. I give up on the model. I am. I do enjoy it though. Like I would absolutely appreciate a very accurate, which I feel like we kind of already have. Like don't we? But I would appreciate like an honest model being put forth. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric propositions. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Model Affliction Monday, and we do have Model Afflicted in the house, but you might be shy. I thought today we'd go over some of the weird stuff that's been happening over the weekend. As everybody knows, there has been a loss in the community, and it's affecting people a lot worse, I think, than you would seem. There's a lot of lost people out there. They're already frail minds. We've pointed out that there is no argument, and there seems to be a proper decline. Well, this weekend, I think Blue Marble has been slowly edging his way down the path. He's obviously had a chat with a few people, and I think the gaslighting squad that got involved with I Can Science That have been also working on Blue Marble, and they've given him some pictures to do. Well, I don't know, I think he might have done it himself. I'll put them in the chat just so everybody knows what we're going to go over.
Sound check, 1, 2.
Yeah, we can hear.
Is this live?
We are live. Yes, Model Affliction Monday.
Hello, people. Hello.
Right, so here's the first one. That's Blue Marble and the initial water level after he fixed it. And then a few minutes later, we had this one, which obviously it's got a few new bits on it. Hump, is that? Yeah, you're right. So he's put this little bit in here, which is he's labelled Earth curve as a vertical change. Normally we'd call that an elevation change. A vertical change from the horizontal established by the level. Blue Marble's labelled it Earth curve and then said, that's better.
That is unbelievable, Blue. You outdid yourself, bro.
Like he's patting a little baby and it's just belched. Right.
Yeah. 6 months, I would say. Maybe 6.
And then we get the last one. He went away for a few hours and went quiet. And we wondered what was going on. And then he came back with the this one, which was like a full-on, even better, he calls it. And it's the hump. I mean, Blue Marble literally has given us the hump. He's drawn
That's
it. I mean,
too good.
Sean G said there is no hump, but Blue Marble, because he's obsessed with Lake Rakia and the 90-foot hump in the middle of that lake, because Jesse Kozlowski's told him.
I don't know if this is too much on topic, but just for clarification, if we veer too much, just let me know. So did you say that Sonji said there is no hump?
Mm-hmm. He actually said there is no effing hump.
Okay, so I'm perplexed, you see, because doesn't Sonji believe that the Earth is shaped like a sphere of a certain dimensions?
Yeah, but if you're always on the top,
yeah,
then it always drops. There is no hump. But Blue Marble has put the hump in it, right? So that's, I know it's one of the big contradictions. Like,
yeah, excuse me for dragging this, but okay, sure, you will be at the top, but if you're citing something that is also on the surface of the water, let's say, and it's a certain distance away from you, right?
Yeah.
And you want to draw a straight line between you and that object, then there's going to be a hump between you and that object, correct?
Well, yeah, that's the problem with the water level establishing a horizontal, you see, because that you have to put the hump in the middle. But there should be no that's why there is no horizontal on the globe model, right? Because everything has to drop. But you can't have a sloping horizontal, obviously. But that's why they don't have a horizontal on the globe. It's tricky. It's an issue for them. It's an impossible problem for you to solve.
But and again, I apologize for the confusion, but to me it sounds like one of them says that there is a hump here, and the other one says there is no effing hump.
Yeah.
So, but both of these things cannot be true.
Well, welcome to the Dialetheist globe model.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you have to. You have to take on this Dialetheism.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to make it clear that I heard what I heard. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Contradictions. You can't have a globe model without contradictions, and that's why they never talk to each other about these things. Because they can't. They have differing ideas about their own model. Even within their own, like Blue Marble, they're confused. Obviously, they have to be. It's one of the things that you have to take on is the exploded mind, and we're watching it. We're literally watching minds struggling to solve impossible problems, which they should know they're impossible, but they enjoy the contradiction, or they at least know in their mind that level isn't horizontal. That's what they think, right? So if it's not, then what is it? It's a big question. Obviously, they don't have an answer. So we go back over the ones, is the progression, literally over he gets that, because that is the water level. From, if you got Mobius, I think Mobius had a screenshot earlier. Have you got that, Mobius, if you're listening? You did one of the water level. And you highlighted the little clip of it. Because the drawing that he's got, Blue Marble, he's took from the water level on Wiki. I'll have a look. To level 2. Screenshot for you. Right, check this out. So this is the water level that Blue Marble has took and lifted the center one. He's added another one in the middle and lifted it. And it says the water level at each end. This is a new bit that's been added into the water level tool since we've been doing this. Actually, they've changed this very definition of one of the most basic tools. They've changed it twice as we've been talking about this water level. Unbelievable. So they say the water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation, whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. So a line between them will be horizontal at its midpoint. And the shed base, building foundation, or similar structure laid out using several such lines will be horizontal within building tolerances on any scale over which use of a water level is practicable. But Blue Marble has put in a middle one in and lifted it up, making it not horizontal. So Blue Marble, in his Blue Marble Science, frantic bunny ears, has decided he's just going to go completely against the definition of what a water level is because of imaginometry. Literally. So again, there's a water level, horizontal all the way across, and where's Blue Marbles? Now, who's got Blue Marble to do this? Who has been whispering in Blue Marble's ear, telling him this is a good idea? Just update Wiki within the framework of this argument. He's just literally, he's making a new definition of horizontal. Curving it. Lifting it up in the middle.
Unclamp that hump.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And I don't know who's got Blue Marble to do this, to get him to this point where he's literally changing wiki diagrams of known tools. Blue Marble. Blue Marble Science, as he calls it. All one thing. Obviously a load of bullshit. So I'm hoping that Blue Marble's going to start get Jesse Kozlowski to come back and show him how this is measurable. Looking out for a video coming out soon from Blue Marble Science, and he could maybe get I Can Science That involved with it. Because remember what I Can Science That says about a water level. It cannot be a plane, because then you can have no globe. That's why I think Blue Marble's doing this, because I Can Science That said that. Because if a water level does form a horizontal, then these guys think they can't have a globe. For some reason, they feel their model's threatened. Nobody's threatening a model. Keep it safe in your head. That's all. The only place it ever is. But you're not going to sort of start gaslighting everybody now, telling them this is what happens with the water level. Everybody knows that a water level or a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. You're not going to convince anybody there's a big wazzing curve in the middle of it. Levels actually curve. It's ridiculous. For the sake of a model. So, Model Affliction Monday is that the basic thing is don't get afflicted by a model that makes you have to change reality around yourself. Otherwise, you'll struggle mentally trying to solve puzzles. Can't be solved. Quite obviously, this is troubling for a lot of people. The fact that a level, and particularly the water level, obviously establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Right. Let's put thanks Bev on it as well. I mean, if everybody wants to thank me for Blue Marble showing how fucking ridiculous his model is, put an impossibility of a hump in the middle. Somebody asked Blue, if you're listening, Blue, how big's that hump in the middle of Pontchartrain? And where's your horizontal? Mark a line horizontal on it. Or mark 3 lines horizontal if you want. I know you've done that before. May as well combine all of them. And curve the x-axis of all mathematical graphs as well. That's what Blue Marble's after. That's what he's trying to do here. He's trying to curve the x-axis of a graph. I'm not kidding. That's why the geometric argument is going to alter some minds of people. Is Chaiki back? The Chaiki and his pictures of the auto level are the things that led Blue Marble in here. It's not good for Blue. You shouldn't be doing things like this to each other. These boomers. Trying to convince each other of their own delusions. And they claim to be engineers as well. It's just embarrassing. So basically we're here to let people know that try and use this epoche where you reserve judgment. Just leave it at the side. Matters round here. If you come with a model, you will be troubled. Your model will be troubled by contradictions. So please don't bring it here. I don't want to see any more people go mad. Chaiki is obviously leading the way. He's taking over from all of the others, really. Chaiki's here to show everybody how dangerous this geometric argument is to a model. Chaiki's what happens when you get exposed to an argument that you can't beat. When you find out you haven't got an argument to compete. We're really worried about Chaiki, and obviously his mental state is leading, obviously, he's led Blue into doing whatever drawings Blue's doing. There's a few more of them. Well, a few more, about 3 or 4 more people. that seem to be leading this argument. Now, I think they're the only ones that can come from the globe side. Everybody else is left, quite rightly so. I mean, that would be the best idea, is if you are listening and you do have a model that you like, just turn off, don't listen, and definitely don't come blaming us if you do hear something that doesn't go with your model. Just, you're best off just dropping every model, trying to look at things objectively from now on. And then we can go forwards. I've got some more books and stuff coming from the Trivium, and that's definitely where we are going to be headed. And that's probably the reason that they don't really like coming round. And I would advise anybody with a model, don't even come round here. You'll end up like Chaiki. You'll end up like Blue Marble. You'll take things from Wiki and just change them. Just in order to, I don't know. Blue Marble's got himself wrapped up in an argument because he's trusted a guy, a few people surrounding an argument about water level and a picture. Soundly's picture and Jesse Kozlowski's data have led Blue Marble into the position he's in now, where he just draws ridiculous shapes on water levels. Shows you an impossibility of water humping in the middle. He's done it a few times. Lake Pontchartrain. And now a water level. Did we get him? Could we get him to draw the water level on Pontchartrain? Would the same thing happen? Do you reckon?
It would have to.
It'd be impossible, though, wouldn't it? But I mean, would Blue?
You mean in reality?
I'm wondering whether Blue would overlay his water level arrangement over the top of Pontchartrain to show 90-foot earth curve. Because he does, he labels that earth curve, doesn't he?
Yep, it would have to be an unclamping, as he says.
Well, no, it's already unclamped, isn't it?
Oh, it comes pre-unclamped. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's a 90-foot hump in the middle. A claimed 90-foot hump in the middle. From the horizontal that goes from across the middle.
Well, I figured during shipment it would be clamped, but okay, it could come unclamped as well.
He'll be doing a video soon, like Rumpus. So has Rumpus put his video out? He did say soon, didn't he? I guess just not this soon. I'm interested in this. So, you know, we've always been interested in the water level. Coming with proofs that level is horizontal, and then Blue reacts like this. Literally changes the wiki drawing. Do you reckon he could change the wording as well? We get one of their guys to add a new bit into...
Well, he exploded his logic already, so I think anything could be possible.
Yeah, somebody's saying the tube's a cartoon. That's Blue Marble, though, that's changed that. Not us, that is literally Blue Marble has done that on his own and brought it to us. We didn't do it. That's the globe mind working overtime. Even put a smiley face at the bottom. Now, I don't know whether the smiley face is to let everybody know how ridiculous the model has to be. I don't know. But I'd be well, see the plumb bobs at either end. He's got them sloping.
That in itself is just astonishing.
Is there any tilt to a plumb bob? And could you say that to blues? Picture. Because there's 3
Not
plumb
only-
there, and at least 2 of them are tilted. Possibly all 3. I mean, who knows?
Not only can they have to be in their fantasy model.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, how often have you seen somebody of Blue Marble's caliber exposing the globe like this? That's
Good
bad.
point.
You can't make it look any more ridiculous than that. And make no mistake, if you have a globe model, you have to believe that. And that's going to mess some minds up.
I've been hearing that lately. That's not my model.
Yeah.
It's like they know they have to fight against it, and then when you show them, look, A, B, C, D, this is your model. I'm sorry, man. That really, like, it's like, I think they're starting to do like a Scooby Doo. Like, is that really our model?
Tilted plums. But that is their model. And I mean, as far as it goes, right? Everybody knows it's a globe. Whatever percentage of the population they like to claim. Well, of that, how many people know that level is horizontal? About the same, right? At least they know that level is a straight, right? People that know that. About the same amount of people that live on the globe have a straight level.
Straight level? Oh, that's sacrilege. That's crazy talk.
Well, no, it's about the same number, I reckon. So all you've got to do is manage, like the rest of the world is, don't associate the two together. And you'll be fine. You can imagine the globes, whatever. But you'll not get away from the fact that level is horizontal. It's a straight line with no slope on it. Just like plumb bobs. There's no tilt to a plumb bob. They're always perpendicular to horizontal or level. That's a known fact. Just deal with it. It's whatever you want your globe model to be. It's going to have a level horizontal on it. Don't be so triggered. Just put your model in a box and forget about it. There's no big deal. There's no need to let the affliction send you mad. Because we were saying that the big smiley face at the bottom of Blue's pictures and all of that, it's like he's trolling. And I do hope he's having fun. And he's not taking any of this seriously, because that's a joke, obviously. It's impossible. It doesn't even work through physics. They surely know that. Again, we're here if anybody wants to come for a conversation. But, same warning goes. If you've got a model, just watch out. Put it in a box. But come and have the conversation about how impossible putting a hump in the middle of a water level is. Okay, anybody else want to join in? I don't want to be going over this too much, but I think it does. I don't think it needs to be gone over. It was crazy time yesterday. I was thinking of just like putting it on so everybody could watch the chat. See, Chokey's back in here. What's Chokey's? It is model affliction. Is he going to come in, or is he? I doubt it. Jake cannot seem to control himself, so I need to treat him like the petulant child he is. Well, he is reverting back to childhood state, I think. I think that's what happens, since that's where the model is locked in. When you have a mental break about the model, you revert back to the childhood state where you were most comfortable with the model. Did Chikey ever say he did watch the telly box when they pretended to go to the moon? Because that might be a big thing as well. Chikey.
Yeah, just Cherokee, as usual, is childish.
Yeah. He's been clipping bits out of all of the videos, hasn't he? And
yes, he clipped what I said that, and in that clip I said that Euclid didn't say anything about dimensions, and now he's asking me why I am talking about dimensions. While Euclid didn't say that, and he's quoting something from Euclid, and I answered him third time that it's dictionary definition. So he's just circle jerking.
yeah, he is struggling, poor Chikey. He doesn't even know what he's trying to formulate an argument. Obviously, we've let them know that they have no argument, and now his broken mind is scrambling for something, and it's not much of it is very coherent. I feel sorry for him. Well, I would do, but it is Chikey, and he'd be better off just going away. It's because I've stopped interacting on Twitter, and I blocked him on Twitter. So he can't help himself. He's obsessed. I'd like to say he's obsessed with an argument, but it is an argument that they can't look at. They can't see it. They can't hear it. They can't engage with it. They can't talk about it.
Good afternoon.
Yo, Rob. Welcome. Model Affliction Monday. Good to have you.
Why I'm here.
Yeah. What's happening around the place for the model? Because they are really struggling here, and I quite like
have
it.
A model.
They're leaving. You know, the trolls that we've had, they've stopped coming round, apart from No Tanks. But all of the others they can only go into text chat. They've all been turned into text chat trolls. Shocking, really, how bad it is. We were saying only the other day, when I first came round here, it seemed to me like the globe side were the ones with all of the momentum. But after having conversations, especially recently, finding out that the globe hasn't no argument. And once we've pointed it out, the globe has no argument. They never have had an argument. So that means all of that time, they've never had an argument. So what have they been doing? What's the discussion been about? You point out the arguments about shape. So surely geometry should have been involved in it. But now you can't talk about geometry. Why can't you talk about geometry? Because it's not that geometry. And what's not that geometry? Well, it's a non-argument. It's pure sophistry.
Yeah, can I ask a question, Bev?
Yeah.
Okay, can you name any shape that is not geometric?
Abstract.
Well, what's an abstract shape that's not geometric?
I would say that all shapes are geometric, but
Yeah.
not all shapes can be defined.
Yeah, described
geometry.
geometrically.
For example, perfect example is a sphere or a circle. I have here on this annotation. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I see
This
what
is
Shaky's
sorry. This
upset
is
about.
definition 14 about sphere, and this is annotation of translator. The scholiast observes that this definition is not properly a definition of a sphere, but a description of the mode of generating it. But it will be seen in the last propositions of book 13 why Euclid put the definition in this form. It is because it is this particular view of a sphere which he uses to prove that the vertices of the regular solids, which he wishes to comprehend in certain spheres, to lie on the surface of those spheres. So he is just describing how it is created. This is not real definition, and for example, Aristotle would object on that definition, and he is giving a different definition, Aristotle, of the sphere. But so it is not very good definition of a sphere, because it just states how it is created. So that's all.
Yeah. Well, I would say that's okay, because it gives you an easy idea to place the semicircle on the axis, so at least you know where you are taking your measurements from, right? Because it's mathematical. A sphere is mathematical.
Can I offer another one?
Go on.
It's all those points that are equidistant from a certain point.
Yes, and he says in this further in this comment, in Aristotle, the characteristic of a sphere is that, and this is, I think, quotation, its extremity is equally distant from its center. So, and this is from his book De Celo, on the heaven. So that's it.
Yeah, that follows from the circle, doesn't it? It defines the circumference and then says that the circumference is equally distant from a certain point.
Yes, like circle.
Yeah.
This is just in every direction, not on the plane, but in every direction in 3D space.
Yeah, I think like Euclid did it step by step. It was just the easiest way to use a semicircle to define the sphere, in an axiomatic sense, as Euclid did.
Yes, but in Aristotle, it would be another thing, because he's saying about what it is, and Euclid is saying how it is created. So this is the difference.
Yeah.
And by the way, for Chaiki, give me a sec.
I don't know what Chaiki. What are you talking about, Chaiki?
I would
Bev
like to
lies.
resolve his heavy problems. Definition 9. Similar and solid figures are those contained by similar planes equaled in multitude. And every time he is talking about solid figure, he is talking about planes in plural, always. So he is aware that a solid figure is contained by planes. Definition 25. A cube is a solid figure contained by 6 equal squares. It means planes, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, Chaiki likes to think that we are, well, I'm lying. But that's only because he cannot look at the actual argument. He has to divert somehow away from looking at the actual argument. And Chaiki's the one with the he knows, right? He's mad. He's one of the most craziest, and even he can't look at it.
Yes, and by the way, Euclid is using word epiphaneia only in that case when he is talking about this undefined surface, which may be plane or not plane, just epiphaneia. So this is genus.
It's
But
called sorry to butt in. It's called epiphania, and it means surface.
yes, epiphaneia. I in Greek, as I read in definition too, because I have also in Greek. And but when he's talking about this planes of the solid figure, he is no longer using epiphaneia, but he is using epipedon, only epipedon, like on plane surface in definition 7 in book 1. He is talking about epipedon epiphaneia. So he is linking this in book 1, and he is saying about surface being plane. And now, when he is talking about solids, he is just throwing out this word epiphaneia, and he is using only word epipedon.
It's a it's a redefinition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to have done it.
Yes, so he's specifying surface in general and epipedon as plane surface, just plane. And that's why it is translated as plane. And we all understand what it is, but not Chaiki, apparently.
Well, not just Chaiki, obviously, because their model requires a two-dimensional surface. Then they have to be completely confused about the two of those, always. Again, only the exploded mind. God.
Epipedon is always planar. It refers to a planar surface. Epiphania can be non-planar. That's all.
Yes, that's why it is not defined. The same thing is with the line. When he is talking about line, so this translator and commentators are saying that this is not a definition, that like on a sphere, because it is created by curved line, this sphere. So it cannot be well defined. But he is defining a line as a straight line, and this is good definition, precise definition in species. It means that this is specified definition of a straight line, and this description of a line in general is like genus, not species. So it is not very good definition, just some description that what is a line that has length. Of course, straight line has length also, but they have to differ one from each other. So the straight line, we know what a curved line is because we can differ from straight line. That's why. So when we say that straight line is that which points are lying evenly, then we can say about curved line that these points are lying unevenly. That's all what we can say about curved line. But this is definition a posteriori. First, he had to define in species straight line, and then we can differ curved line from straight by saying that they are lying unevenly. That's all.
Confusion over straight lines and surfaces, two-dimensional planes within geometry. It's amazing how old men don't understand the basic concepts of simple geometry. I mean, how they don't understand that the proofs wouldn't stand if they added a curved surface in at the beginning. and then kept that one for later on. I don't know. Obviously, it's troubling for certain people, and those people has anybody ever actually had the conversation with any of the Globers about these issues, or do they sort of bring these up and then wait for us to talk about them, and then they react to that? Can't say that I've ever had those conversations with any of the Globe side guys. Yeah. Everybody makes their own globe model. It's just some people have stopped to question it. And when you do stop to question it, what happens then? Like, how strong is the model? Depends how many films you've watched and how you've managed to reinforce your own model. Chaikey's proper triggered Chaikey tonight. But everybody's watching this. This is the mental decline of a globe mind. I'm calling it the exploded mind. Because just like logic has to be exploded in order for you to keep the globe model, once you place that exploded logical system within your own framework of in your head of how you reason things, if you can reason it away, like reason obvious reality and keep the globe model, dangerous, right, Chaikey? I know you're listening in.
Yes, this is strange for me because Chaikey insists that that the sphere is two-dimensional, but then he is saying that Euclid doesn't mention dimensions. So, and when I am pointing out that he actually didn't mention dimensions, so I don't know where Chaikey is going with that argumentation, because he's just self-refuting. So when so Euclid didn't prove that the sphere is two-dimensional because he didn't say that.
Yeah.
And Chaikey is trying to involve Euclid in two dimension, and then he's saying that Euclid didn't mention dimensions. So I am just worried about mental state of Chaikey.
Yeah, it's obvious, Chaikey. If you want to come in for a therapy session, Chaikey, we'll try and work you through your problems, which you obviously have. I do think we've been through this many times before, and it is only dimensions that we're talking about and the concepts within mathematics. I mean, there's not many steps before it for you to get wrong to lead you up to it. I mean,
and Chaikey is bringing definitions, but it was ninth definition 9.
He's just talking about superficies and the redefinition of the superficies.
Definition 9 again for Chaikey. Solely, similar and solid figures are those contained by similar planes equal in multitude. And of course, in 10th, it is about planes. Everywhere he's talking about prism, for example, mm, and generally figures. He's talking about planes.
Yeah, I think as with book 1, he does define the circle, but only uses it as a method for construction of all of the other parts, right? It uses the radius length at a fixed point in order to make arcs to construct all of the other shapes. Similarly, he does that with the sphere. It's only there as a construction purpose, because he doesn't really, in book 11, he doesn't really go into any constructions of spheres. He just uses all of the like plane construction, really, and gives you a basic outline, just like book 1 does, book 11. And then with book 12 and 13, you go into the development of how to use the sphere with the other solid shapes that you've developed within book 10, or the concepts of it in book 11, isn't it? But
Yes. I
What?
think that's it is analogical, because by creating a circle is by moving one extremity of radius, and it gives you a circle. So it is how the circle is created, and the same thing is with sphere, rotating semicircle on diameter, just on an axis. Diameter is an axis of rotation, of course. But I will go back to book first.
yeah. Chikey's been timed out again. Chikey, grown man. And I know you're reverting back to childhood. But like I say, if you want to come and chat about your obsession, it is Model Affliction Monday. When your timeout ends, you can come in for a chat. Be fine. You've got friends here, Chikey. We want to help you through this. Genuinely, I really want to try and help out. I want to try and understand, really, because I know there's going to be many more people like Chikey. I hope not just like Chikey, because I don't know whether he can go on YouTube. If you can get in the YouTube chat, Jake, they say they want you in there. They're pretty talkative. But yeah, Gadget says he's banned. He's probably banned in the YouTube chat. Sorry, guys. Sorry, YouTube chat, guys. He probably said a lot of vile stuff or something. He got banned.
Yeah, that's pretty bad if you got banned from the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, they're a bit strict. Yeah, he called Emma a really bad name. He got super triggered. Must have been Gadget doing the work. Sorry, Emma. But yeah, Chikey, really, if you want to come in, We will try and help you out. And now, if there's, we'll give the snowflake rule. Everybody knows here what the snowflake rule is. You can set your own stipulations, Shaiki. We don't want to upset people. If you don't want to hear people, we'll get them out of here. We'll do that. Soon as anybody upsets you, Shaiki, we'll step back. We don't want to get you
Excuse me,
triggered.
I don't. Can I ask? I don't know what the snowflake rule is.
It was implemented when we noticed that George was having problems. It's when, if you ask them a question and they get angry, you have to then step back and out of the conversation. You're not allowed to trigger them, because we don't want triggered, shouty people here. So
Okay.
when we
I'll
implement the snowflake rule, you mean you can have a go at, but no
Yeah,
harassing
I'll
of the
respect-
people, no antagonizing, only trying helpful conversations, stuff like that.
Okay. Okay, I'll respect the
Yeah.
I'll respect the snowflake rule.
There you go, Shaiki. Snowflake rule is in effect if you want to come in. Everybody now understands Shaiki's underneath the snowflake rule. But I mean, he might still be too shy. Same goes for Blue Marble. If Blue Marble wants to come round and explain any of his water levels, be interesting. Yeah, we don't want to seem like we're having a go at anybody.
I am afraid that definition 9 caused Chaiki being triggered, because I think it might destroy his view of 3D and 2D. Maybe, I don't know. If so, I am sorry for him.
Definition 9, book 1.
No, book 11. When he is talking about solids, his first definition about solid. He is talking about similar solids.
11. In my
Yes,
book,
yes.
11. Similar solid figures are such that have all their solid angles equal, each to each, and are contained by the same number of similar planes.
Planes, yes, planes. Not one plane or one surface. He's talking about multiple number of planes. And by the way, this is also how Aristotle described that the boundary of solid figure is planes, surfaces. He is using word, Aristotle is using word epiphaneia, because he doesn't discern between two. So, but he's talking about surfaces. So also many surfaces. That's why geometers think that he was talking about planes, but he was not very specific.
Yeah, I've never really looked at it that much. In my book at least, it does say for the sphere, the diameter of the sphere is any straight line which passes through the center and is terminated both ways by the superficies of the sphere. And I think that's the only reference to the superficies after the that which bounds a solid is the superficies. Yeah. There's no other reference to it. So in book 11, the superficies is that which bounds a solid is a superficies. That directly references the sphere and the superficies of a sphere, because the rest are just called planes, aren't they?
Yes, and so this is description of surface in general.
Yeah.
All kind, curved surfaces and plane surfaces. No, but this is not. That's why this is not a very good definition, because it refers to genus of thing, not species. And plane is species. And further, he's talking about only planes as boundaries of solid figures.
Yeah.
So this is, yes, it is. There are curved surfaces, of course, like curved lines, but since we cannot do anything productive with them, so we are talking about straight lines and planes. But the definition 16, the center of a sphere is the same as that of the semicircle.
Yeah.
So this is important because, for example, when Kosho brought this Archimedes example of like proof that the surface is spherical, the surface of the Earth, and now there it was drawn a semicircle. So it means that Greeks didn't think about globe, but only semi, like bulge in the center of the I don't know of the Earth, that this is bulge, like spherical bulge. And the center of this bulge, of course, if it is semi-ball or semi-sphere, it would be the same, because geometrically the center of semicircle and center of circle is the same. This is the same point.
Well, I was thinking, and we still haven't quite gone. I'm waiting for my organon to come in, but I suspect that when Aristotle was talking about predicate of and in and on, and the difference between all of those, well, you cannot predicate upon a point within a sphere. To the same extent that when you talk about a radius length, it's the length of the radius from the point to the point. So actually, when you work out and try and work out pi as a ratio, it doesn't work out. And similarly, I don't know whether you've ever seen the inverse sphere, the pseudosphere. It goes to infinity. And that's because the center of the sphere it's an impossible thing, because it's a point. It doesn't exist. So you can't mathematically have it when you try and reduce things down to that. So that's why I think they always went with the semicircle. Because the semicircle is like it's a plane thing that can at least be dealt with. The moment you try and put a nothing in the middle of a sphere, you end up having a trouble. In my book of Euclid, there is no radius for the sphere. It's just the diameter. But that's just me.
I don't know, but still, this is this point is the same. So this argument that the center of the sphere, it means that this is the center of the globe, is invalid.
Yeah. Yeah, they can't.
So,
You know that they can't give you a radius because it can't be measured, and that's the problem that they've got, and that's the problem that anyone's always had. How do you
yes,
get to the center of a sphere to measure it? You can't.
of course you cannot, but still, it doesn't prove that this is globe. It can be radius of semisphere.
Yeah.
Still, so, and that was Greeks' comprehension of their, let's say, model, not globe, but semisphere of the surface of the earth. And of course, it was only hypothetical, because in this Archimedes example, which Kosho brought, and I am thankful to him for that, this proposition is, if the sphere is and blah blah blah, it has to be perfect sphere. So it was based on assumption only. It was never proved that this is a sphere. Like Baby brought this Eratosthenes example, and he said that everything is assumed. So in Archimedes example also, everything was assumed, not proven, never.
He's Chikey coming in. He's off his thing now, hasn't he? He's probably been given the don't come in and don't open the mic. Don't even go in the chat from the council.
Yeah, he's back. He's been in chatting up. Gadget is invited him. I invited him, but I think I'm banned blocked by him, like Mobius.
I think he's blocked quite a few people. I mean,
yeah. It's hard to have a conversation when you're blocked. When you block 3/4 of the people.
Add reaction. So
yeah. He's been invited though. He says he needs to be at 100%. I told him he was always 100%, but
everybody could hear him. Like he was just on a thing earlier. You could hear him, right?
Definitely.
You should stop mumbling. Speak clearly, Chikey.
And
enunciate.
Maybe issue with his mic, for example, if he is 3 centimeters away, it may affect that he is very silent, for example. So sometimes you have to adjust your mic, your mouth to your mic, and maybe something in your computer, for example, loudness plus 10 decibels or whatever it is. It may be also this, but he was accusing that we, or Bev, is doing something bad to him with his mic.
Yeah, I keep an eye on the sound levels in here, and my level and you guys' levels. I don't want anybody being higher or lower than anybody else. So, but Chikey does have to come in for me to hear, and then it's no good if he starts whispering. Come in, Chikey, speak clearly, give us a mic check, and then everybody in the YouTube chat will be able to tell if you're speaking clearly. Everybody wants to be heard. It's no good if I'm doing a video or whatever and people are listening and if they can't hear.
I don't think he's going to come in after the last couple of videos you put out. That's probably why. Can't say I blame him, but
yeah, we were thinking that this model Affliction Monday is probably going to have to change somehow to something a bit different. I don't know what exactly. Probably the going over the triggered Globers that come in over the weekend. But I guess they're going to be getting fewer and fewer, right? They're going to be making themselves look more and more ridiculous. Some of the stupid things that they're saying. So it'd probably be better if they just stopped coming around. That would suit everybody in here quite well. If these triggered people who are triggered about a model, they want to bring their model into a conversation where it just doesn't exist. There's no argument. There's nothing. It's just pure sophistry at the minute. The globe. Now, everybody's saying, Chikey, that you're a known mumbler. So that's what it could be. When you're listening back to yourself, you might be hearing you mumbling like everybody normally hears you. Nobody wants to hear a loud mumbler. I hadn't really planned on anything else. I don't like it. We were literally laughing yesterday at Blue Marble and his the water level. There's been a guy called Carpenter who's been in the chat. He's obviously listening in now, but he's been in all weekend, supporting Blue Marble, gaslighting Blue Marble. I think trying to get Blue Marble to do all of the stuff that he's scared to do. Yeah, they go quiet on Showtime, but trust us, they're in here in Discord all day, along with Chikey. I said Chikey's going to be the one to help us show just how mad you can be when you have a model. It's Model Affliction Monday, Chikey. We're showing the model Affliction. Chikey can't bear to see the proof that level is horizontal. Yet he asks for it, but then he says there is no proofs. So we know that if we say, here's the proof that we have, Chikey will say, there are no proofs. So he cannot have a proof. It puts him in a really bad position. Knowing that he can never have a proof. And people can keep saying, well, here's one, Chikey, will you accept this as a proof? What about this one? What about this one? Here's another proof. Chikey won't have it. Doesn't think there's any such thing as a proof. It's embarrassing. It's aching to see the proof. Is aching. Chikey's aching to see a proof, but he hasn't got a proof of his own. And he can't work through a simple, basic progression to lead up to that proof. I was going over like what is a proof, what, you know, where What is a proof to people? And I said, a proof should be something that compels the mind into accepting the truth. But obviously, you've got to be put yourself through that process to be able to see the proof or the truth at the end of it. There should be no doubt at the end of a proof that what you're seeing is obviously true. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a proof. And that's what Chaiki wants, but he can't have it. That's it. Well done, Mobius. Just checking if it's all right with blue marble if Chaiki comes in. He's gonna get me through. Rather embarrassing. Euclid's in. You want to see what you got. Level is horizontal, Chaiki. That's the argument I can bring. And I can show you the proof, obviously. But you won't be able to accept it. Obviously, Chaiki. You're not allowed to have proofs. So it's rather strange that you keep asking for it. You've seen it already. He keeps saying us as well. Like he's more than one person in there.
The royal we.
Yeah.
Or us. Or the voices in his head. Could be that as well.
The way that people, I mean, that we were on about the snowflake rule. It doesn't apply for people shouting demands from the text chat. There was another guy who come in yesterday, M2M, that had took a tweet I'd made a video about it, and then came in demanding me to talk to him, answering questions. Very strange people that come in. Chaiki's the voice and the sound of the viewers. We've been over it, Chaiki. It's embarrassing for you. Like, we can't provide a proof that level is horizontal. A known fact. It's in every dictionary. And why Chaiki thinks it cannot be proved, or he needs to be shown it from me. Can't find it anywhere else. You can't find a proof from anywhere else about level being horizontal. Go and find it for yourself. See how hard it is. I think, who was it? Let me just check the chat here. I think it's create belief. I think he put in here that they had yeah. There just happened to be a surveyor here at my house today. He got it right away. How can it be a globe, he said, when I said about the water level. It's only somebody in the chat, Chaiki, but I mean, that's just an average person. asking a surveyor something. It's no big deal.
And if Chaiki wants a proof that level is not horizontal, he has to do better than slice per Keynes failure.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where he plans to get his proof that level isn't horizontal, seeing as he doesn't have any proofs. You can't just you can't just go, where's your proof that level is horizontal? I don't have any proof, so therefore that's not a proof. Therefore you have no proof. Which is ridiculous. Like, we do have a proof. You don't have a proof. You can't just say, well, you don't have a proof either. Because that's like a child would do, Chaiki. So that's literally a child's response. Gadget, don't be telling him to come in drawing lines on pictures. It's bad enough as it is. Chaiki.
And now he is asking
yeah.
me about my confusion. Oh, I am not confused about anything.
He said
I
he's
am
not
very
looking
calm.
for proofs. He's just been asking for proof. Here's Carpenter. Carpenter's decided to come in.
You summoned him. Just like that, he's here.
Yeah. He thinks no geometric principle even mentions water. What about a water level defining a horizontal plane? What about that? Is that not geometric? Certainly, that looks geometric to me. A horizontal line or plane is geometric. Same as the horizon being defined as a horizontal. All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Is wholly geometric.
And realistic.
Yeah.
Or rather real, because realistic, you know, you can have a computer game being realistic. So
Yeah.
rather real.
Jaiki, you can't see the proofs. You've already admitted you don't actually believe there are any proofs. You hold 0 proofs yourself. It's getting embarrassing. How can you ask people to see a proof when you say there are no proofs? It's embarrassing. And I'm not too sure why the Globe guys are letting him go and do this. Surely you'd expect one of the Globe guys coming in and going, Chaiki, just go and show them the proof that it's a globe, will ya? Go on. You know, Chaiki, we've told you all of the globe proofs. Not just go around there and ask them for their proof and then say, nuh-uh.
Yeah, go over there and put a picture out with a bunch of horizontal lines on it.
Chaiki, I've shown the proofs. Shown them. You just can't see them. You're blinded to them. The globe model cannot accept any proofs because there are no proofs of globe. Everybody knows that. And everybody knows that you guys get really, really triggered when people say, well, there are proofs, just none of the globe.
Carpenter is writing, no geometric principle says that water at rest forms a planar surface. Of course, because geometric is not about what water does, but we can see what water does. And water just realizes geometric principle.
Yeah,
So
they made the geometry because of the level and the plumb. That's the proofs that this geometry works in reality and is directly relatable to reality. Obviously, horizontal is straight. All horizontal lines and planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And all verticals or plumbs are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. Every one of them.
yes, Carpenter, that's why we are talking about agreement between geometric principles and reality. We can observe that plumb and level are perpendicular. Simple. We don't need to have it written in Euclid.
What?
Because it is outdoor. We can see that.
This is one of the guys that does some of the best contradictions ever. It says the fact that water level tools establish horizontal planes does not rely on water at rest forming any particular surface either, apart from the horizontal plane. That's ridiculous. Did you see his let me go and get this. This is Carpenter from yesterday as well. Can you see that one? Paper. This would be a good one for the. This is the globe mind and Carpenter. This guy is obsessed. This is the geometric whiz from the globe side. Obviously, a fractured mind says, I ask him to state his argument. State your argument, I say. So he replies back. There is no contradiction between a water level tool using 2 points to establish a straight line, which we define to be horizontal. So the water level is defined as horizontal. And a water level being a curved surface, he says.
It is contradiction in this statement because if water level establishes a curved line, then you cannot establish curved line with 2 points because you need 3. So you cannot say, this counter argument is invalid because you cannot prove that the surface is curved having 2 points.
Well, I'd say, he says there is no contradiction between, right? So right after that, you're going to be faced with 2 different things, of which he says there is no contradiction. Right, so now statement number 1 is a water level is a tool to establish a straight line. which they define as horizontal. So that's statement number one. Statement number two, a water level being a curved surface. So he's stating quite plainly there is no contradiction between a water level being a tool for a straight line and a curved surface, which is obviously a contradiction.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But I pointed out where the invalidity of this argument lies, because you cannot assume curve between 2 points. So, and if it is horizontal line, it is straight line. It has to be straight line.
Mm-hmm.
And it is defined as straight line. So you cannot say that the water level establishes a curve. This is just nonsense, and non sequitur. It doesn't follow from water level being 2 points, because you are establishing plane or line between them, straight line, and it doesn't mean it cannot mean that this is curve between them. But of course, you can use imaginometry and say that this is curve between them. But there is
what
no.
do you reckon about what Jake's put there? He's put water level, not a water level, says Shaky. Learn to read. He's awfully confused. Do you know the difference between water level and a water level? I think he's backing up Carpenter, but I don't know. It might be one of those cases where Chaiki backed up Blue Marble and his size mama dish by saying that the walls moved, not Blue's Cavendish. Chaiki's just coming and helping with some stupid stuff. This is all the globe model. He's in a terrible mess. All because of one tool. Which it's so obvious that they have it established in a horizontal plane. But then, obviously, at the same time, can't have it established in a horizontal plane. Again, Carpenter, Chaiki, Blue Marble. I don't think that's it. Oh, Stark Odder. Any one of you four. I think that's it. They're the only ones you've got left. Can only come in the text chat talking rubbish. Carpenter's obviously a sock. I'm guessing all of the Globe guys know who Carpenter is. He's the one that's leading the argument. Chaiki, what do you suppose makes a water level the tool do what it does?
If water level tool establishes horizontal plane, it means that it cannot establish a curve. Simple.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't have contradictory things in reality. Doesn't work. Is he serious?
I think he's trolling.
Yeah. I think he has to, though. He's probably the one that's been gaslighting for Blue Marble. He's got Blue Marble to say that stupid shit. And now he has to. He's forced into it. No, that was you, Chaiki. You said a water level establishes a curve. I make no difference between a water level and a water level. They're both the same to me. You put it in a tube and that water level will establish a horizontal plane. Put it in a canal, that water level will establish a horizontal plane. Water level establishes a horizontal plane. Level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Whether it's a water or a laser or an optical, doesn't matter. Level is always a horizontal plane.
What do you imagine, Bev, makes water form a horizontal plane?
What do I imagine?
Yeah. What do you think is manipulating the water to form this horizontal plane?
That would be the equal pressure state.
Oh, good answer.
I'd say water defines the horizontal, not the other way around. Horizontal doesn't define the water. The water level defines the horizontal for you.
Yes, because if we are looking at the horizon, or in the ocean, or in the sea, we are looking at water. So this is horizon. So this is the same, because this is water. We are looking at water, and water at rest is horizontal. So the level it has to be the same, because it is created with the same water. So no difference.
And it wasn't me that called it horizontal. You know, they, the people that came before us called it horizontal. Now, it seems just recently that there are some people in Discord that seem to think that they were wrong. Just these odd few people in Discord channels think that horizontal isn't horizontal. Really weird. But they keep coming in here telling us that because we say that water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal, like all dictionary definitions and even wiki, the great wiki, Google, says that a water level's a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. They want it to not be that. And why? They've got a model that says it can't be. And maybe because Rumpus said it couldn't be. Rumpus might have laid it down in one of his 5 laws of globe.
The globe axioms. That was funny.
Yeah. What's Chaiki doing? Oh, watch out, guys. Chaiki's trying to shame you guys in the chat. He thinks you're the only ones that think level is horizontal. I'm not so sure about tanks, whether tanks would take too kindly to that. Don't be shamed by Chaiki.
Look at Brad Boyd. One picture is enough for him.
Yeah, look at that one. That is an observation that is consistent with both planar water and spherical water with a very large radius. That's Dialetheism. You can't have both. That's a contradiction. They don't exist in reality. It's the exploded mind. Chaiki speaking for you, tanks.
Well, me and Chuck were talking a couple of days ago. He is really into you, man. I mean, I don't know what happened between you guys, but like he cannot stop talking about you.
I know. We tried to get a counselling session with him. See whether we could sit him down and sort it out. He can't leave it alone, though. He's associating me with the argument, I think, and that's what he's doing. In order for him to not look at the argument, he's obsessing over me and trying to just sort of deflect away from him addressing the argument.
That's a pretty good like psychoanalyst of it, and it's probably pretty accurate. Yeah.
This is his tactic, and he when he cannot answer or let's say to chat with me, he is saying that I am confused about something. So he's starting some psychological game, and of course I don't want to be involved in this because this is pointless. But this is his tactic. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can relate on a level, like on a certain level. Like it took me like a good 6 months to not realize. It's like I always knew that level was horizontal, right? But to realize it in this at this magnitude was very like disorienting, kind of shocking, right? And I can understand why he's looking for it out. Yeah.
Carpenter's now going through the what is a contradiction, and you can always tell a dialetheist because they can never acknowledge a contradiction.
Explanation what is the contradiction is inside this word is contra, counter, diction, saying, counter, saying. So what you are saying, you immediately counter it. So that's, so you are saying and you are destroying what you are saying. That's the contradiction.
Mm-hmm. Like he has a saying that there's no difference between a planar water surface and a spherical water surface of any sort of size radius. You can't have both. They're contradictory statements. But he can't see it because he's a dialetheist, which is one of the things you need to have when you are part of the globe model. I think that's one of the counters to madness, is having that dialetheism. It stops you from seeing contradictions. Therefore, you don't have to live with contradictions because you can't see them.
Yes, because living in cognitive dissonance is, of course, not mentally healthy. So someone, I think, needs some cure for that. So it would be just redefinition would help. So that's why I think Globbers are redefining everything, and it makes them happy. But of course, this redefinition has nothing to do with reality, like, for example, level. If we redefine level, so it doesn't make any sense, but maybe it is relief in pain, cognitive pain.
Maybe you don't understand that a statement can be consistent with some other statement and consistent with the negation of that second statement. Not if your original statement has a contradiction in the original statement. Consistent with both. You can't have consistent with both. One of them's straight, the other one is spherical. Carpenter, I don't know whether he's listening or not. Probably isn't.
That's an example of dialetheism right there.
Yeah, we did say that, didn't we? Like, you know, in order for them to not see the contradiction. Well, in fact, this is why paraconsistent logics were made, to help people deal with contradictions that they have in their life. Because if you put a model in, then you inject contradictions, then you have to find a way to solve the contradictions.
It's crazy. Before I heard the word dialetheism, which is an amazing word, I used to say that in order to be a baller, you have to be able to hold two opposing thoughts in your head at the same time. And it's astonishing. It's like a superpower. What's your power? Well, I can move metal around. And you're? Well, I'm a dialetheist. I can hold two opposing thoughts in my head at the same time and have two truths at the same time.
And then state that you can't see the contradiction that's plainly obvious to everybody else.
Yeah.
But then I'd say, like, obviously, if you're doing that and you keep doing it, it's a form of gaslighting. Because there are people who may initially say, well, that does sound a bit contradictory. But if Chaiki keeps saying it over and over again, people might think, well, he does keep saying it. There might be some sort of truth to it. And possibility that other people might pick it up. And that's dangerous.
What's the saying? A lie? Yeah, definitely. What's the saying? A lie repeated often enough becomes a truth?
Yeah. But I'm not too sure how ridiculous you can get away with doing that.
It's like spelling the curse or open sesame 1,000 times, and maybe it will open.
Carpenter. Is that really the best that he's got? You are making a very silly mistake. Wow. I'm hoping that they, any Globe guys still listening, you realise you've got a guy in here, Carpenter. He's going to lead you. I hope you've not been listening to him. I hope he's not advised anybody on anything, because this guy's an obvious dialetheist.
And he's talking about nothing,
Yeah.
literally nothing.
He has no argument. I mean, I think we all know it's WS trying his hardest. Or possibly Alphag. Possibly the same two things. Maybe the same thing. Same person. Who knows? But an obvious dialetheist with two truths can't see a contradiction.
If it's WS, I'd like to ask him a question.
I don't think he's listening into the YouTube. You'd have to ask
Don't
him
think
in
so,
the
huh?
chat. Nah. He wouldn't be doing that. He'd be too embarrassed. He has been in here all day, though, and he'll probably be in here all night. Half of the time, talking rubbish. This is Model Affliction Monday. And we've dealt with this all over the weekend. But I just, word of warning to the Globe guys, don't be listening to people like this. This is like the worst thing you could do. Don't ever get like these guys. Epochy is what you want to be dealing with in matters like this. Just say you don't, well, you reserve judgment until you can prove something to yourself. And then try and actually prove it first before just stating it. Because you can look like an idiot. If you accept truths with no proof, get ready to look like an idiot. Like these guys are doing. Look at that. I mean, that is gaslighting now, right? At the moment when he says, I take it you think this is a contradiction. What a silly mistake you have made. I'm surprised that an educated person could ever make it. That's sophistry, and that's gaslighting. And we know this person will never come into chat to talk about this. But he is gaslighting the Globers, no doubt about it. This is the man that's behind Blue Marble, drawing ridiculous drawings. This is the guy behind all of the geometric understanding of level, horizontal, how the globe model works. Too scared to come into chat to talk about it. Text chat troll.
I asked him to show me proof of water curving, and he sent me a picture, a meme of a leaf with a water bead on it. WS, that is. If this is indeed him. You remember that, WS? I really got a laugh out of that one.
Carpenter writes, again, Dialetheism. He says, it states that the observation is consistent with planar water and the observation is consistent with non-planar water. That is not a contradiction.
Wow, that should be in an encyclopedia, in a dictionary. I mean, sorry, under Dialetheism.
That looks like a contradictory statement about an observation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, you cannot. It cannot be consistent and inconsistent at the same time, in regard to the same thing.
Yeah.
So this is impossible.
It's
This
a
is
contradictory
contradiction.
yeah.
Yes, yes, of course.
But this fool, or well, I mean, I don't know. Literally, if this guy is being serious about that, that is a dialetheist. He literally can write a contradiction and say it's not a contradiction when it obviously is a contradiction.
That's the power of a baller. Yep.
It's like contradictory squared, right? Because he's contradicting the fact that it's not a contradiction.
I think that's part of the Dialetheism as a whole, right?
Do you think
While
that's
you're
what he's
in-
doing? He's doing
Yeah.
a contradiction, but then he's saying it's not a contradiction, which is like a
Yeah.
double negative, which
Exactly.
which makes it a
While you're
positive
in
that
the-
it's not a contradiction.
It is,
Yeah.
of course, because it is consistent with exclusive, mutually exclusive things, non-planar
Yeah, yeah.
and planar. So it cannot be consistent with both.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's even worse is while you're in the aura of Dialetheism, right? Has like an aura, like a force field, right? You can't see that you're in it. You can't see that you're in the state of Dialetheism. And you make statements like that.
I don't know. Maybe he is just cannot see because he is writing that is consistent in first sentence and is consistent in other sentence, and it means this is not contradiction because in both sentences he wrote is consistent, but he omitted with what.
Yeah.
So
However
that's-
you make sense of it, doesn't matter.
Yes, I know. I'm just commenting on that because it, of course, I'm just trying to justify because maybe really he doesn't see. He doesn't see that he wrote contradiction, and that's why he is saying that he didn't write contradiction because he cannot see it. That's it.
I got it. This is, I must say, this is a good one. He's in the fog of Dialetheism. You know, like fog of war? You ever heard that term? The fog of war?
Yes. He cannot see anything.
Exactly. He's in the fog of Dialetheism. That's where WS is right now. And many others. It's like mentally handicapped. Like yeah, really really bad place to be.
I just showed the missus that, and she went, he can get fucked. Stop being a dick about shit.
Nicely said.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's onto you guys, man. I mean, come on.
You literally can't have something being that and not that. It's not consistent if it's both that and not that. It's ridiculous. And I hope everybody can see this. This is what the globe has come to. These are the top guys of the geometric argument on the globe side. And obviously, this geometric argument for the globe is detrimental to their minds. They stop. You have to have an ability to not see contradictions, because you will be saying lots of them if you have globe and try to do some sort of geometry. It's pretty clear that you have to break your mindset. You have to break logic in your mind to allow yourself to be able to do these things.
Carpenter is trying to defend himself. In your education, you learn that a statement can be logically independent of another statement. But if you are using same subject and you are negating predication, these statements are not independent. That's the problem. Yes, two statements can be independent logically. If we have two different subjects and two different predications, yes, of course. But here we have same subject and same predication, and in the first sentence it is confirmed, and in the second sentence it is denied. So there are two statements, they are linked logically. So you cannot say, Carpenter, that they are independent logically. It's not true. They are linked.
I'll give you your contradiction, Carpenter. You think level is a circle, correct, Carpenter?
No, he says water level establishes a horizontal plane.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Then how? What happened?
Like, he's a full-on dialetheist.
Oh, this is even better.
Both. Yeah.
So how does your sphere occur then, sir?
He has both. He said
how
they're
does
not
that plane,
inconsistent.
yeah, how does that horizontal plane of water form a sphere? Surely you do see that that is the prime example of dialetheism, right, Carpenter?
He's been doing it all day. He's like, the problem is there right in front of your face, but he keeps asking you. Chaik's been doing the same thing, asking you to show it him.
Well, that's what, when I read that, I said, okay, I'll show him if he can't see it.
But
let's see what he does now.
Anybody else would get, but because these guys have such a low opinion of us, and they can't see that, we're just trying to help them out and point out an obvious truth. That they can't see a contradiction when it's right in front of them.
Chaiki doesn't agree with me. Set me straight, Chaiki. How is it?
He doesn't know. He's been doing that all day. They're lost.
This is worse than I thought.
Yeah, you mean you've not... I do sit in these chats for quite a long time. And I don't go out anywhere else. These people come to us, and yeah, it's getting bad.
Yeah, he's doing it live.
Yeah,
I've heard this before, but now he's doing it live. There's no going back from this, Chaiki.
Yeah. He has, this is the exploded mind being shown to us.
How can you reconcile the difference between a horizontal plane of water and water forming a sphere? How could you not see the contradiction in that, Chaiki, Carpenter?
They can't see the contradiction because they're dialetheists. There is no such thing as a contradiction. Once you're a dialetheist, you literally cannot see contradictions.
Yes, Carpenter wrote contradiction, and he cannot see it. So I have to explain that same subject, same predication, and in the second sentence, this predication is denied. So blatant contradiction, and he cannot see that.
Chaiki.
So there's no horizontal plane of water, Chaiki? Is that what you're saying? Boy, he's triggered today, huh?
Yeah. It was Carpenter that said that, Chaiki. Carpenter.
Your buddy.
Carpenter, Chaiki. I see that this is the problem. This is why certain people will go mad and other people can sort of slip by. Carpenter's a dialetheist. He can get away with saying these contradictory things. Chaiki isn't a full-on dialetheist. So Chaiki's going to go mad. Obviously. Chaiki and Carpenter do obviously different things. Mentally.
Citation. He wants to see. It was Carpenter, Chaiki. Are you not listening?
Citation from Carpenter. So scroll up live chat and you will see.
Slow down, Chaiki. Take it easy, bro.
You have a look at Wiki as well if you want for a water level. Just a water level, Chaiki. Don't need to get worried. Everybody knows that water levels and levels establish horizontal planes, and they are straight. No curvature to any of those. Everybody knows it. He didn't say no such thing. Okay, Chaiki.
Carpenter should be defending himself here in the chat, but he's awfully quiet.
Chaiki, well, Carpenter's not listening in. Talk about confusing. Yeah, Carpenter will have to come back with another account. And he still can't see it. No doubt everybody else can see it. I'm hoping everybody else can see it.
Yes, the sentence was, it says that the observation is consistent with planar water and the observation is consistent with non-planar water. Chaiki, you get it?
Nice. There you go, Chaiki. Now, what say you, sir? This is nice. Interactive YouTube, huh? Everybody gets to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. This beats watching TV, that's for sure.
Yeah, we did say this is going to be getting a little bit more tricky because obviously most of the people that used to hate watch us were the Globers, and obviously they can't watch this now because this is a bit bad for them. They can't even see this argument. It troubles the mind, and you'll either end up being like Carpenter and showing people that you're a dialetheist, can't see contradictions, blatant contradictions, or you'll end up going mad like Chaiki, saying really stupid stuff. Or you've got the other one is blue marble, where you start drawing humps in water levels, impossible humps, and denying basic science, which you claim to be a proponent of. But I mean, it's pretty obvious now at this time that blue marble science, or globe science with the frantic bunny ears, isn't the same as normal science. It's a completely different thing where you have to allow contradictions and just blatant disregard of anything. When somebody says, is that not a contradiction? You just have to go, nope, there's no contradiction there. And now he's trying to do the Q and not Q, P and not P to confuse people when it's just a blatant contradiction. And now he's trying to convince people with his gaslighting techniques. And this is the bit that we need to point out to people. These ones where it's an obvious gaslighting that's going on now. Everyone that can see it is like they can see it for a blatant contradiction, apart from the guy that's doing the gaslighting.
No, we can't see that your contradiction is a contradiction. You know why? Because it's a contradiction.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't just like state 4 or 5 contradictions on the trot, then reword it into something that's still a contradiction, but pretend it's not a contradiction, Chaiki. A contradiction is a contradiction. What? Play the victim card, Bev. Have you got a victim card you would like to play, Chaiki? What's up with him? Did anybody see why I was doing the victim card, or why you would think that? Or is that some sort of a Chaiki problem?
Self-projection, delusion. So, Carpenter, are you saying that water can both form a horizontal plane and a sphere? Be clear on what you're saying here. And is that what we have to understand, that is not a contradiction?
This is embarrassing. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the best the globe has to offer with the geometric argument. And that is apparently stating that contradictions aren't contradictions when they are blatantly contradictions. That's the very definition of a contradiction. Is what these people are gaslighting to say they're not contradictions. And that's their best argument. The best non-argument from the globe. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say amazing. They can't see it because they're in the fog of Dialetheism, and they can't see what's going on. they believe they're correct, like that Japanese soldier they found in the jungle after 40 years. He still thought the war was going on. You can't see. You're in the island. You're in fog. You cannot see reality. It's a bad, bad place to be. Like, at least recognize that there's something wrong, you know?
This, like we were saying yesterday when Blue Marble started doing his thing, it almost like they're too much that it's so trolley. You're sort of waiting for them to go, ha ha. But I don't think they can. This has got to be a state of mind. I'm hoping that there's going to be some psychology students here, really, to come and have a look at this. The globe mind is broken.
Yeah, severe inconsistencies, definitely.
Inability to see a contradiction.
Yes, Carpenter is perfect example.
Is the inability to identify the subject. There's an inability to identify an argument that they're bringing forward. I think those three things should be at the basis of any debate / discussion. You should always know the subject of which you're talking about and the argument that is going on around that subject. And then you should be able to see any contradictions and acknowledge them within that framework of the argument. And that goes for anything. That's not model specific or anything. Literally about any topic of conversation that's going on. And none of those things will occur ever whenever you're talking to a full-blown globe fanatic. Test it out. See whether you can. Identity, argument, and any fallacies that are deemed within that argument. There's probably some more. But those are the things that I've been dealing with over the last few days. And it seems to be tricky for these people to have a conversation. You'll soon find out whether you can talk to somebody or not. If you base a conversation around those three things. You normally find that there are inconsistencies around the identity of the subject. Seeing what the subject of the conversation is about. Identifying the argument. So like I say, I think we're going to have to do something different for these model Affliction Mondays. We're going to have to change the day. I'm not too bothered about you guys. We could sort of do away with it, incorporate it into trivium and logic and all of that, but base it around how the globe mind thinks, or not the globe mind, but using the globe mind as an example for everyday problems that people are going to face. Oh, Stark Odder's come in as well. All the guys. Is that Stark Odder's just come back in?
Yes.
Consistent with. Oh, I see.
He's trying to be smart.
Yeah.
So I replied, observation straight is contradictory to observation non-straight. Simple.
They're trying, this is what I would call a semantic argument, where they just try to pick a word within the argument and try and say that you don't understand what that means. Nobody's ever come to terms over any of the things at the beginning. So stating that other people don't understand what one particular thing means, and then probably stating that there's a colloquial use of that word, takes you away from the argument that is being presented. Dark Odder. These are the globe mind geniuses, never addressing an argument or never addressing a contradiction, always trying to go around it.
Yes, Dark Order is just trying to build a straw man. Yes, consistent with observation. Consistent with observation being planar, and consistent with observation with being non-planar. So we have two observations, and one observation is consistent with planar, and another observation is consistent with non-planar. So this is contradiction. Simple. And Stark Order, don't play this game because you cannot win.
Look at that one. Seriously, it is consistent with not ball and ball.
You see that? Is that amazing?
Got to be trolling, right?
That's the problem. He's not. He's serious.
And you get people like Stark Odder trying to say that you don't understand consistent. With not ball and ball. Contradictory statements.
Yep. Straight and curved, hot and cold, up and down, left and right. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Wow. Again, it's only us people here, but I don't know if this is just specifically for us. Whether they're trying to gaslight us with this stupid, ridiculous statements that are contradictory, or whether they're trying to allow the globe side to think that it's okay to be like this, like him.
Yeah, I'll meet you yesterday, today. Sheer insanity.
Yep. Like already know that you're living in a really strange place. But imagine living in that strange place with contradictory thoughts in your head, and then you not being able to see those contradictory thoughts. Can you imagine living with somebody like that? There's no way that you could have a partner and be like that. Imagine the arguments.
And by the way, Carpenter now is lying. I have never claimed that two opposing statements are true. Yes, you did. You did. You said that the observation is consistent with planar, and observation is consistent with non-planar. So you claimed, yes, and now you are lying.
Yeah, either has lost all, and I mean all, footings, all tethers to reality, or he's paid to do this. It's one of the two. Because there's no way a logical person could write stuff like this. And I hope you're getting paid good money.
Well, like you see, when I hear somebody saying a contradictory statement, right, and then they say something else, I think, how do I not know that they're being contradictory with that statement? How do you know what you're talking to if that person can accept a contradiction? Means that they can accept every contradiction. To me,
yeah, such a person
literally not worth talking to that person from that point onwards.
Exactly.
Yes, and Carpenter is just shooting his foot again.
Yeah.
Both are true. Those statements do not oppose each other. So non-planar does not oppose planar. So sorry. Your observation cannot be consistent with both. So it is contradiction. And now you are saying that this is not opposition. Or rather contradiction, because we are talking about contradiction, not opposing. So he is changing word to be very smart.
Wow. Contradictory statements do not exist, Chaiki. You've misunderstood. And Carpenter is just allowing, I think, here. Because, I mean, everybody in here has realised that that's obviously contradictory. And, like, in reality, if you have a friend that states contradictory statements, then you'd know to keep out of the way, right? You can't trust them. You don't know what they're saying. They could literally be saying anything.
It's amazing. This is definitely the fog of Dialetheism. Sounds like a song, Buster.
Carpenter, those statements do not oppose each other. Yes, they contradict each other. We were talking about contradiction. Don't segue into opposition. Yes, and Sarugaki explained to you what it would be if it were opposition. And So the opposite of it is consistent with ball would be it is not consistent with ball. This is opposition. And contradiction is it is consistent with ball and it is consistent with not ball. This is contradiction. Do you get that, Carpenter? Difference between opposition and contradiction. And originally you stated contradiction, not opposition.
Starcod is trying to come now with a load of like I mean, that's a little bit ridiculous, Starcod, but I mean, okay, that's what you have to do to go and defend your contradictory friend. You can always tell which ones work together. With Starcod comes out to try and help defend your mate who's stating blatantly contradictory statements. You know we're up high in there in the ranks.
Maybe
Look where he puts this globe.
Yeah.
All verticals are parallel. Those two cannot be true.
Maybe Carpenter is exhausted by his own defense, so he needs support. Some fresh blood.
Distraction. Starcod is going to come in with some like unrelated stuff.
Reinforcements. Yeah. Keep him busy on the left flank.
Starcod is the sock that nobody ever hears, and nobody even knows who he is. Apparently, none of the people we've talked to ever has admitted to either knowing who he is or of ever hearing anything about him in the past. He's a nobody that means nothing, yet he comments on all sorts of posts. He's always watching our chat. Starcodder, that is. And now Carpenter is being defended by Starcodder. It's one to watch out for.
Another great proofless logician.
Yeah. Yeah, with ridiculous statements, ridiculous logic, some of the most ridiculous logic there is. And again, never able to come in and have a chat. This is the strange thing, because logic and arguments are meant for discussion. And these guys can't do it. States quite a lot for their argument. If you cannot discuss your logical argument, because they haven't got one. And obviously they have to blatantly state contradictions. So they're really going to be struggling if it ever does come down to that. This gaslighting of ridiculous statements. I hope this is for the Globe side, guys, because I'm pretty sure nobody here is being fooled by these ridiculous statements that are coming from these guys. Not a one. So if you guys are listening, Globe, right? This is the argument that you're going to have to do. You're just going to have to blatantly disregard contradictory statements that you have to have. in order for you to keep your model. You'd be safer just to go somewhere else. Go. This is just exposing the ridiculousness of a model that obviously isn't real.
Yes, and adding to Sarugakis, a contradiction is a statement of the form P and not P. So observation consistent with planar is P, and observation consistent with not P is with not planar is not P. It means it is contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they need like 100 times to repeat, to maybe learn by memorizing or whatever, because it seems hopeless.
I don't think Chaiki knows what a victim card is as well. Stating you guys are gaslighting, Chaiki, that's not me playing a victim card. That's stating an obvious fact that you're gaslighting. You're gaslighting that contradictions aren't contradictions, which is a ridiculous form of gaslighting. And like I say, I don't think you're fooling anybody here, but definitely the globe side have to take that. You're gaslighting the globe side into believing that it's okay because Carpenter and you both accept contradictions as not contradictions. So therefore, that's okay. Stark Odder's coming as well. Not one of you saying, yes, he is definitely contradicting himself, which would be the truthful statement. But no, all of you lot are gaslighting an obvious lie. So it has to be pointed out, Chaiki. That's not victim card. That's just pointing out your inconsistencies.
And as he has no argument, he has to go to ad hom.
Mm-hmm.
Me at the moment. This is just silly, childish, adult people playing that games. This is just hopeless.
And Carpenter's now saying a contradiction is a statement of the form P and not P, right? That's basically, he's just wrote out what Sarugakis wrote out. And now he's asking, yeah. See, that's a troll. Or a confused globe. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to tell the difference now. Either it's a serious mental case or it's a globe defender. I don't know how to tell the difference. Don't know if it's possible to tell the difference. Isn't that the thing with the Poe? What a Poe is? It gets impossible to tell the difference between a I don't know. It's becoming. Go on.
Chaiki is again. The P is the observation. Yes, I said that. Observation of what? Of planar. And observation of not planar. So observation would be the subject, and how it is done. It is predication on that. We are predicating upon observation. And these predications are contradictory. Chaiki, learn logic. Logic square. Learn it.
Keeping us happy. But I mean, really, we could be doing with an actual conversation, because these guys are the creme de la creme of the globe geometric argument and globe logic argument, I guess. Seeing as we starting off with contradictions. It's bad, isn't it, when you have to start off with a spotting a contradiction. This is bad. If this is literally, are you watching this paper? Can you try to sum up what's going on? This is a confused mind to me.
Yes, now Chaiki is trying to segue. The P is consistent with plane or a large sphere. So he's trying to equivocate plane with
a
a
sphere.
large sphere,
Yeah.
because the sphere is so large that we cannot discern between sphere and. But this is a psychological argument. This is not a geometrical and logical argument. Plane is not a sphere, whatever size it would be.
Yeah, that's the geometric argument, right?
Yes,
Plane
are not.
and sphere are geometric terms. So you
Yes.
can only go with the geometric argument, and Chaiki doesn't seem to understand.
Yes, and non-planar would be the sphere, because of course sphere is non-planar, surely. So yes, this is contradiction in terms. Not finally got it, but I got it like an hour ago. But it seems that you've just got it.
Yeah.
Bravo, Chaiki, you are progressing.
How lost are they? Chaiki's literally lost, right? Carpenter's a dialetheist, but Chaiki, it's a different case altogether, isn't it? He's now trying to act like you just got it, but your position's not changed.
Yes, this is not projection, but he's just trying to reverse loss for win.
And Starcotter, you've got three guys here now. Everybody knows Chaiki's mad. The other two, Carpenter and Starcotter, we've never talked to. They cannot come into VC and say anything. So we don't know. We only know Chaiki's mad because we've talked to him. And it's been quite clear that Chaiki is mad. Now, Carpenter and Starcotter quite possibly could be just as mad as Chaiki. But we'd never know. Because they only stick to text chat. I mean, it looks pretty obvious, like that they are literally just as mad as Chaiki from the text chat. But I wouldn't like to, I always like to talk to people before definitively having, an opinion on them. But to all appearances, from what the text shows, yes, Starcotter and Carpenter are both just as mad as Chaiki. It's slightly different ways, but always the globe model will require different remedies to correct the inadequacies that they come across. So each person's dialetheism will act in different ways. That's why it's so varied, the globe model. So all of the solutions to the problems will have to be varied and original to the person. And obviously, I don't think many people have ever run their heads through these geometric problems that the globe does have. No, Chokey, this isn't an ad hom. You're definitely mad. As shown by your Twitter account and all of the messages that you've said over here. You're definitely obsessed with me and probably an argument about level being a straight line. But I'll try and help you out as much as I can, Chaiki. But I don't think, I personally think, once the mind has been exploded, there's no way you can bring it back together. And it definitely wouldn't be somebody like me that you have an obsession with that could help you do that. But like I said, I would help you because I think you're going to help us show everybody exactly what happens to the exploded mind and how dangerous this argument is to the globe defender or globe fanatic. The deeper you're into the globe, the more problems you will have with an argument from reality, especially one that shows proofs, self-evident proofs of reality. And we know now that the globe can't have an argument. So where do you reckon the next debate's going to be coming from the globe side? Who could possibly have a go at talking about this?
I think Globers should employ better logician to teach them how to argue, because they are doing poorly.
Doing worse than poorly. And like we say, once again, we will offer anybody to come in and have a chat. If you don't feel like it's a bit intimidating for you, let us know where you'd want to talk. We'll come over there.
We can offer epoche.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we do here. A way to calm the mind first. If you put yourself in that state, then that is best to enter the argument. And then you can always end up learning. You always put yourself in a position to learn if you start from that position. If you don't, likelihood is that you've already got your mind clouded with something, and you will use that within an argument and perhaps be swayed by an accepted judgment that you've made, assent. withhold assent. Starcod, I mean, these guys are really sad in here. They speak very, very confidently in the text chat, but if you notice, they are unable to bring forward an argument. They're unable to bring forward a dialogue for any type of dialectic anywhere. So, I mean, I would say Starkadder, Carpenter, not Chaiki. But any of you guys, if you want to have a conversation about any of these things to deal with the geometry or the logic or anything to do with level and horizontal, put up your case. Let's go. On any debate platform, you know the position we'll take. Who can't hear me, Chaiki? Oh, they can't. They're not listening. They're just chatting shit in the chat. That's brave. Ladies and gentlemen, the two greatest globe proponents, the ones that are obvious dialetheists with the contradictions, these are the ones that are putting forward all of the globe arguments. These are the leaders for the globe argument geometric side. They cannot talk. They just text chat, almost as if they're just bots. That could be it. Highly advanced bots, and that's the best the globe has got to offer, because all of the other globers are stupid. Cannot debate anything. The only ones that they do get is Blue Marble. And he posts ridiculous pictures that are obviously provable false by anyone, really. They get ridiculed out of physics or any sort of science. Still, if there is any psychology students or anything that wanting to take up a thesis or whatever, then come and have a chat. I can get you to meet some really interesting people that could be a serious case study. Of course, I could just be saying that because we've been doing that for years. Who'd know? Who'd know? But if you are a glober and you happen to find yourself in a conversation and somebody's telling you that you have to accept a contradiction in order to stay in the globe gang, you might just be talking to whoever the owner of these socks are, Starkadder or Carpenter, because these are the ones that literally have to get you guys on the globe side to accept contradictions. Anybody listening? It's pretty obvious that in order for you to have a conversation with the globe guys, come round here. I'll tell you what it is and how easily it is to get these guys into this contradictory thing. Chaiki obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. But that's okay, Chaik. Don't worry. You probably just bend it. You probably just take a picture of it, Chaiki, and then bend that picture. You get a modus tollens and sort of bend it across the page. Bend it horizontally. Hey. It's so embarrassing, but I mean, what do you do? What do you do? We've got a group of people here and we're talking about logic, and then you get a couple of people from the globe side purporting to be one of the best globers saying stupid shit. No other bowlers coming in to say that's wrong. So what are we meant to think? Are we meant to think that these two guys are literally the best that the globe has to offer and they just have to come in here? I'm saying two of them because I'm not counting Chaiki. I'm just talking about Starkadder and Carpenter, because they're the ones that obviously imagine themselves as being the top globe guys. And nobody will ever have heard of them, obviously, because they're obvious sock accounts of people. Because the real accounts of these guys obviously can't say this stupid shit. There is no globe geometers. They don't exist. There's no globe mathematicians. They don't exist. There are just reality geometers. They're just the one sort. The logicians don't have contradictions. They don't exist within logic.
Then Carpenter is trying hard now with Mike Jones.
Yeah.
He's trying to rephrase that, but original statement was consistent with ball or planar, or consistent with not planar. So now he's just changing a statement.
Yep.
So he's not talking about his original statement, but still he's just playing poorly. So that's all they got.
All they've got is these people that come into this Discord chat and blatantly state contradictory statements. And then, like Starkadder does, comes and says that we need lobotomies and stuff for not accepting their stupid contradictory statements. That's why I say they're gaslighting.
Yes,
I hope they haven't got children. I really do hope they've not taught this to anybody out of hate. Because that's what it would be. There'd be hate teaching their children these contradictions.
This is sophistry.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and it shows how bad sophistry is. it is sophistry. It is not just innocent game. It has implications.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and luckily enough, we're adults here, right? We've got our faculties together. Put them in a different state of mind. These people are dangerous to have around you.
Yes, they can deceive unprepared people. Just yes, sophistry is very maybe dangerous. Yes,
Yeah.
not only for stupid people, but even rightfully naive. If you are simple, if you are or someone is simple-minded and is honest and has, for example, some basic logic thinking, and he is good in that, but still he maybe not prepared to defend against this sophistry. Yes.
Well, this is relentless as well. They'll never give up, and it will go on. It'll be here tomorrow, the day after, same thing, on and on and on and on. And this is the globe model.
And if this side doesn't work, they are just flanking. They are making another flank and attacking from another side.
Mm-hmm.
They are searching for weak point, where the opponent, or not opponent, but they are treating people as opponents because they are trying to deceive people. So normal people are their opponents, and they are seeking weak points where they can attack. And when they spot, that's why they are trying to discuss segue and distractions. They are searching weak points. So what they are doing, the carpenters, Stakorden and Chaiki also, they are trying as weak points.
Well, luckily enough, we've got a pretty consistent argument that is very easy to do, and there is no weak points. That's why these guys always have to distract in any way they can. And again, that's what we're going to be showing people. We do it. At least if we show you where the sophistry is and where the contradictions lie within an argument, at least we can show you, then you might be able to spot it for yourself. If you don't spot this sort of stuff, then you might, especially within a debate scenario, you might think that this sophistry is actually how you debate. Because with this type of sophistry, you never make a mistake. You never lose. You always are attacking everybody all the time with no argument. It's the most dishonest sort of debate I think there is. Arguing without an argument. And blatantly saying that as well. They never come with an argument at all. Not one.
Yes, and this is sad because we are talking about objective reality. Mm-hmm. So, for example, if advocate in the court of law is defending, for example, murderer, and this advocate knows that he is murderer, so he is allowed to use sophistry because this is his job. He has to defend blatant murderer. So he's justified to use sophistry. But we are talking about reality. there is no choices or bad choices of people. We are talking just about objective reality. There should be no place for sophistry there, but there is, surprisingly. So this is sad for me.
It's sort of redefining debate, right? I know it may be nostalgic looking back at the olden days, right? The ancient, looking back to antiquity, remembering Plato and Aristotle walking around discussing things. But this is definitely different, right? Can you imagine them having to deal with people like that?
I didn't met that kind of people yet to discuss in such a manner like normal debate. But maybe it will happen. I hope.
Have you listened to Gorgias yet?
No, not yet. I didn't. I always prefer to read.
Yeah,
not to listen.
I've listened to it a fair few times now, and these guys don't even get there. Right? At least the Gorgias, they attempted sophistry, but these guys know that they can't do it. They're not even skilled sophists. Because sitting in the chat and like making up completely different arguments than the one that you just made up at the beginning, it is, I don't know. That's not even sophistry. It's just blatant lying, changing the argument.
Yes, and definitions. Because if you are using sophistry, for example, in case of some people, there is involved some motivation, psychology, and free will or whatever. But if we are talking about physical world, so how to use sophistry against the water level, for example. This is it is just ridiculous for me that you can use that kind of argument, which should be reserved for people only, for example, for physics. This
Yeah.
is so. This stone should go down because of gravity, and I will have my sophistry for that. Just for me, just ridiculous. Stone is going down because of rigid physical laws, and no one can undermine this with a sophistry. Sophistry wouldn't help, wouldn't change anything. So, but people are trying to use sophistry and dialectic proofs for physics. This is for me madness.
Yeah, it's sort of like geometric sophistry.
Yes.
Term
So,
that like isn't literally possible, but could possibly be used to somebody who doesn't understand geometry.
yes, but that would be deceiving because they would assume that people listening to them are not aware and they are not prepared, so they are just can be fooled, just fooling people with difficult words, without proper understanding of these words. So that would mean definitions, of course, because if you don't understand definition, what it is and how the thing is defined, you can be fooled also. So yes, but in that case, it would reveal intentions. Because if someone is trying to use sophistry against physics, for example, or geometry, it means that he is mad or he is just bad guy.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, blatantly deceiving or crazy.
Yes, yes. So there is no tertium non datur. There is no other option.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's getting hard to tell the difference between the two. But there is a lot of it around, I've noticed. A lot.
Yes, there are many people now, especially now. They are just, they don't know that they are bad guys, and they hold position that they are good guys. So
Yeah, they've just redefined it.
yes, yes, yes. If you redefine what is good and what is bad, so, but this is just against basic principles of reasoning. So I had, for example, I had example mm, for trying redefining what is good and what is bad. For example, if stealing is good, so if I steal, it is good. But if someone is stole from me, so it would be good, yes, in that logic. But of course, we cannot confirm that, because of course, if I steal, it is good. But if someone stole from me, he is bad because he harmed me. So you cannot have good thing and bad thing. You cannot invert that. You cannot invert bad to good and good to bad. It is impossible. So I think that this word will hold because you cannot invert meaning of word bad and good. It is, I don't know. For me, it is impossible. But maybe, who knows? We are living in very mad times now.
What is good? What is bad?
Well, deceiving people and gaslighting people isn't good.
Or basically lying to people.
Yes, in philosophy, especially in Aristotelian, in Aristotle's philosophy, truth is equivocated with good, and also with entity. So truth is, there is truth. It means that truth is equivocated with entity, with being, and with good. So opposite would be, yes. So
Because the being,
yes,
because the being is the good doer, right? Or the bad doer.
so
You
bad,
can do good or bad because it emanates from you, it comes from you, right?
yes, but the bad, it is something that does not exist. There is no such thing as badness. It is it is just a proportion or opposition to something that should exist. Because if we are talking about, for example, that the man cannot see and is blind, then we are comparing this man to a man who can see. So he is deprived from see sense, sight sense. So we can say that bad is lack of good. And so to have good, we have to have something. So good is something and bad is lacking of this something. So we cannot start from bad, because bad is nothing. It doesn't exist separately. So good and bad are always linked together, and bad is always in proportion to good. So people who are lying, I think they know that they are lying because they know the truth, and they are talking opposite to the truth. So they know, or they are insane. So that's my take on.
Yeah, they can get out of well, always being deceitful, right? Like a lie would be an intentional deceit, and
yes.
The other one is the madness, where they don't know what deceit is. They've just lost all sense of logic. I think it's an exploded mind. The logic has been exploded, and that's where madness comes from. Trying to get your mind into a place where you break your mind, literally broken. And that's what's happened to Chaiki. Chaiki's broke. Hard to tell.
I agree. Yes.
Hard to tell with Carpenter and Starkadder. I get the feeling that they are intentionally lying, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know which it's better to think of them as mad, insane, or just blatant liars. Either way, they're not. People need to be aware that these people are around. I mean, these are the people that comment on videos that you comment on. Anytime that you say something to somebody else, these people will comment on that. They will be all over the place in text chats only. And it's sad because these people are met. Well, every normal person that writes a comment will eventually end up talking to one of these people, because they're obsessed with defending their model, which doesn't really need defending, shouldn't need defending. Especially not the way that these people decide to defend it. It's a really skewed idea of how to defend. I mean, can you imagine trying to defend a globe model with a contradiction?
Yeah. Blatant liars.
Defending a model with a contradiction. And then telling the person that when you spot the contradiction, just say, that's not a contradiction. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what a contradiction is.
Yes, that's would be this 3 last hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here.
But that happens with every conversation with a certain group of people. It doesn't matter what it is. And you could have had 20, 30 years experience at doing this thing. These guys will just tell you don't know what you're talking about. I think it's pretty bad for normal people, for any normal people to come into this. It's a scary place. Well, it is. Like, if you come into it as a normal person and ask a question, and then you're faced with somebody like this, and you say, God, you can't do that. It's a contradiction. And then they just say, you don't know what a contradiction is. If you're fresh to it, you could literally, be struggling. You get angry.
Yeah. Yeah. I was in that state, initially when I came around first day. So I could go angry just in a nanosecond. Just yeah. It's beyond belief. Can't really think that we still people can't hold two contradictory ideas.
And they are defending these contradictory ideas with sophistry because they cannot defend it with normal logic. So they are forced to use sophistry. And when the sophistry is spotted, they are trying to use another sophistry. And if it doesn't work, they are getting angry, or they are pretending that they are getting angry, and they are leaving or just going into ad homs, and that's all.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the drill.
I mean, these people, unfortunately, are not happy inside.
Of course not, because you cannot be happy with contradiction, because from philosophical point of view, Aristotelian, of course, it would be that the truth will give you happiness and wisdom, of course, because you seek wisdom in philosophy, because philosophia, it means that to be a friend of wisdom. So, of course, lie cannot make you happy. That's obvious.
Yeah.
So they cannot be happy. Absolutely.
Lies are always lies. Are just lies, so they remain lies.
Yeah, and they are using sophistry just like a painkiller, I think.
Part of the
Yeah,
Dialetheism.
Well, it's not really things. Yeah, go ahead.
I say the sophistry is the Dialetheism. They express their Dialetheism, and that looks like sophistry. They think it's an argument. To them, I'm presuming they think that's a logical argument when they show their Dialetheism about any argument.
Yes, but still, I would say that this is painkiller. That's temporal pain relief.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of Dialetheism, I think.
That's why I think they are coming on or respawning every time, because they have to release their pain somewhere. So they are going here and there. Just
That's
like a
That's
drug.
why they can't get. detached from us. They can't go away.
But that's sort of a way, though, right? I mean, imagine if we block them off from here. If we, like, we have to get rid of some of them, the ones that are sick and horrible, the ones that obviously do the doxing, or they're just too much. We have to get rid of them. But these ones here, if we were to get rid of them, and you're right, and they do have some sort of a drug, an addiction where they have to do it. I mean, where would these people go with this argument? They'd go out to other people, wouldn't they?
Mm.
And would
Or they would try.
Would they go
Or they
to
would try
other
to.
people like us, or would they go to normal people and like
Yeah,
really mess people's heads up?
or they would try to fake their identity and come back again just to pretend like they are X person and just to have a chat.
Well, we can see that. We can see these people they've been around many times on many different soccer accounts. Not Chaiki.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Chaiki's still got his same one, but Stark Hodder and Carpenter.
Outside.
Yeah, we've seen them before.
Mm.
Yeah, Alfag, WS.
Yeah. It's so beautiful to be in truth and stay in reality. Embrace the basics of reality. You get a complete relief, complete peace of mind and clarity inside your soul. Such a beautiful thing.
We're saying the counter to all of this stuff is just finding a proof. Just one. But along with one comes many. One proof is all you need. And these guys will stop bothering with you. Or they'll be jealous. One or the other. One proof is all you need. Because they don't have any. And they can't have any proofs.
Yeah.
They have only disproofs. It means that other side can disprove them easily.
Yeah.
Because this model is so stupid and there are contradictions.
So fake.
Yes. So and illogical. You can debunk it and disprove many things in this model. That mean every step you can disprove this model on many levels and in many places and corners, whatever. Whenever you go, you can there is something to disprove in this model. So this is very easy to disprove.
I mean, it's not just about disproving the heliocentric model. Just thinking about the idea of a model, right? It's fake. It's ridiculous. Like models.
Yes,
or model building, and
it cannot be
then
real.
Yeah, exactly. So for me, should all people be aware that there's a model that runs the no, people interact with reality on a daily basis. People, they naturally know that level is horizontal. We know things are the way they are, right?
Yes, model is not dangerous if, for example, if someone likes Star Wars and this whole story, mm, if he's not afflicted to that Star Wars too much, and he is not running through streets with something like lightsaber, is not hitting everyone, so it is quite okay. By if some people take this model too seriously, and they are insisting that this is real, and we have to obey this model, in fact, and we have to act according to this model. This is just dangerous to other people. They can be dangerous. So that's why I would say that it's better, like to keep it as some fantasy. Okay, Star Wars. You like Star Wars. Someone else like Alice in Wonderland, and someone else would like something else. It's okay. But if someone is saying that this is scientific, so it means that this is real.
Mm.
And so they are trying to compel other people only because it is supposedly scientific and logical. But
Yeah, I mean, like, unfortunately, like in the modern day, like science, it has been misplaced, what do we call it? Misused, right? Has been wrongly placed and used, and they try to wrap everything with the term science. Oh, this is science, science. Oh, I believe in science. Oh, this is scientific. Oh, it's science, science.
yes, the difference is that
Ridiculous.
in old days, if you would say that you believe in science, you believed in scientist who was doing real science. But
Exactly. Yeah.
but now they are talking that they are scientists, but they are not doing science. They are doing fantasy. But you still may believe that they are real scientists. They are not. They are just wizards and just storytellers and science fiction authors. So it doesn't differ so much to be a science fiction writer and, for example, astrophysicists. So for me, this is the same.
Yeah, all of them, they are similar.
Yeah, similar, but they say that these scientists are good scientists and they are doing science. Because if we are talking about science fiction author, we know this is science fiction author and he is talking fiction. But if we are talking to scientists, we think that he's scientist. Normal people would think that he is a real scientist, but he is just storyteller and science fictioner, the same as science fiction author, but he is called scientist. I don't know why.
Scientists with bunny ears, frantic bunny ears, or like a real scientist, because I think there's two different categories of that now. We've been
Yes,
shown that there is definitely a separation between science and blue marble science.
yeah, this is science fiction. blue marble science. This is science fiction.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's still going. They're relentless. That's why I think there's a chance these could be bots. They never stop. They just keep coming and coming and coming. And spout contradictions. Never take it back. Start an argument about the contradictions. It's sad, but this is the state of the best the globe has to offer. Sadly, though, it's not just the globe that has this. I've seen this as well. Like, they deflect and put a different thing. And you know who else used to do this? Just recently, I've had Sleeping Warrior deflects with different questions. Pretty much the same as the way this is working.
Yes, he's a lawyer. I think, as I know from himself. So I had a chat here on YouTube with him about proportions, and he was advising me to not use that word because I was very curious why he is using expression relative density instead of relation between densities, because this is a difference. Because what causes things is, in fact, relation between densities, not density itself. But he was trying to convince me that it would be not good because mathematicians would use that as a counter argument. I don't know for what, but he gave that for me. That would be a political reason, because it would be better politics not to use that expression, because it would cause something from that side of globers. I don't understand. I think that if we are using proper expressions, we are expressing precisely what we mean to express. And his argument was that better not do that because other side would use it in bad way, for example. So for me, this is strange position in supposedly science, like physics, for example. Strange.
Yeah, I was thinking of going over that with logic tomorrow. We've had a couple of people, namely Arwin and Sleeping Warrior, saying some things about a logical argument that they keep talking about. So I think on Logic Day tomorrow, Tuesday, Logic Night, we might be going over a particular logical argument favoured by a group of people. That particularly two people have come and, let's say, attacked one verbally and the other one through YouTube text messages in comments that have seemed to have gone quiet. It's ended, but yeah. So we will be going over a logical argument tomorrow, which it seems to be that it's a hot topic at the minute. Logic and contradictions and the way a logical argument's formed and spotting fallacies within the argument. So it may be good tomorrow if anybody wants to come and get involved with a well-known argument of logic within a certain community, long forgotten. Anybody wants to come and get involved in that tomorrow? We're having an open discussion about a logical argument. We'll see whether see how much we know about logic and how well we can scrutinize a logical argument.
That's be good. That's revisiting old arguments.
Yeah.
All arguments. Yes.
It's about time we did that. And like I say, current events have led us to bring this sort of stuff out. So thanks for those guys pointing out how much they misunderstand different points of view. So if anybody wants to come in tomorrow, offers open, going out now. This is on the level Discord. Anybody who knows about the Discord, click the link. It's on either on the bottom of the video or in the YouTube chat. Come on in and we can have a discussion tomorrow about a logical argument. See whether anybody else can do any better than the Globe side, because they're getting stuck upon contradictions and they keep swapping the argument to something completely different. They can't keep focused. They have to divert themselves away from a logical flaw or a fallacy within their structure. But that's okay. Everybody expects that this logic, it's slightly new. And especially if you're building your logic upon a para-consistent logic framework to start off with. And that's that shaky ground that we're going to be having. And you shouldn't really be building any sort of a framework around that.
Carpenter is hopeless.
I know, that's bad,
About
isn't
this
it?
photo.
Yeah.
Yes, this photo is consistent with everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Coca-Cola. Can be Coca-Cola, yes. Oh, of course. Oh, Pepsi Cola. What else? We can just invent something.
Yeah.
Yes, with everything. And proof which proves everything, it proves nothing.
Oh yeah, sorry, Chaiki, I forgot to mention. Yeah, of course, we do have Chaiki in the chat. He's always there. He's one of the most loyal globe trolls we have. So if you want an example of how to go mad trying to hold on to a model when faced with obvious reality and logic consistent with it, yeah, we can't forget Chaiki. Poster child for globe madness. Well, child. Poster boomer for... you are a boomer, aren't you, Chaiki? I presume you're a boomer. Yeah, we'll go with boomer, yeah. Poster boomer for globe madness. I don't know how long he's going to be around because there's only so much illogic you can take from obvious insane people. Like I say, we've probably caused this, but I mean, just by showing them a proof in reality is what causes this madness in the globe mind. I'm calling it the exploded mind. It's a bit more fitting because then it's not just the globe model, right? The globe model is the one that obviously they're triggered at the fact that level is horizontal. It's a pretty specifically designed argument to target the group of people that would specifically be triggered by the fact that level is horizontal. But these sort of things that occur in reality, all you have to do is state the proof and say it out loud on social media, and you will find a group of people that get triggered by you saying that. And that group of people will have an exploded mind. There's something that's gone on, that's occurred within their mind that makes them get triggered at people saying obvious truths in reality.
I have to go to bed, and I have to mention that I don't completely ignore Chaiki because I think he may be unhappy that I am ignoring him. I am not completely ignoring him, but he's not bringing anything interesting. He's repeating himself, but still, I have to go to bed. So
Yeah.
Good night, all.
Thank you, Paper. Yeah, Chaiki, people aren't ignoring you. I mean, it's okay. Don't worry. Some people have to do some other things that not everybody is at your beck and call, Chaiki.
Did the clown go to bed?
There we go.
Bev,
You've come in now. Papers had to go, Chaiki.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Chaiki. Give us a mic check just to make sure for everybody.
I'm talking. If you don't talk, you'll hear me.
There you go. You're at the same level. I've got you at the same level.
We brought an argument.
You did? When?
I did. Well, you missed it. It's there on your screen, Bev. I see it on YouTube.
Where? Go on. Point it out.
Well, the glass. You see the picture, the screen capture of the glass?
Yeah. What's the argument?
The argument is that this observation consistent with the liquid in the glass being tea and consistent with the liquid in the glass being whiskey. Am I contradicting myself?
Well, it could be something else as well, couldn't it?
I could be. Am I contradicting myself?
Is it consistent
Is
with another
tea a
liquid as
whiskey?
well?
Is tea a whiskey?
Pardon?
Is tea a whiskey?
Is tea a whiskey? I don't know. I don't know what sort of
What do
blends
you
of
mean
whiskey
you don't
you've
know?
got.
You don't know. The tea and whiskey are two different things.
I don't know. Is there a tea whiskey?
No, a tea.
You haven't heard of the tea whiskey drink?
Is tea and whiskey two different things?
I don't know. Could you put some whiskey in your
What
tea?
do you mean? What do you mean? You never drank tea. And you never drank
I've
whiskey.
drink tea all the time. Yeah.
Right. You haven't.
Have you ever put whiskey in your tea?
Have you ever drink whiskey?
I've had Baileys.
You had. So you know what whiskey is. It's not tea. So when I'm saying this contradicting.
But could you put some whiskey in your tea?
Bev, you interrupt.
Jakey.
When I'm
Could
saying
you put some whiskey in your tea and then it would be tea whiskey?
Yes, you can. When I'm saying this observation,
so would it be consistent with tea whiskey?
Why are you talking over me when
I'm just trying to get you. I'm trying to get your argument sorted.
Why you talk over me when I present my argument?
Oh, you're presenting your argument.
You're
okay,
talking
go on then.
over me. Yes. So when I'm saying this observation is consistent with the liquid being tea and consistent with the liquid being whiskey. Am I saying that tea is whiskey? Am I contradicting myself?
Are you having to ask us that? Are you checking?
You're the contradiction expert. So tell me, am I contradicting myself or not?
Do you think you are,
answer
Jakey?
Yes for this simple
Do you think
question.
are you coming in here to check?
I'm sure I'm not contradicting, but I want you to say yes, you're contradicting yourself, because I presented the same argument Carpenter did in different words. I used cup of tea, a cup of a glass instead of the surface of the earth or surface of a sphere, and I used tea and whiskey. That's all. We have observation and we have two possible options for this observation. Am I contradicting myself?
What, like, are you comparing tea and whiskey with planar and not planar?
Absolutely. I'm comparing tea and whiskey to plane and sphere. Am I saying tea is whiskey?
No,
like
you see, because the problem there is, Chikey.
No,
the problem there is tea and whiskey can look the same. You couldn't tell. But with a plane and a sphere, they are definitely different. They're not comparable, Chikey.
A big sphere in the size of the Earth is very hardly distinguishable from a plane, Bev.
It is definitely, Chikey. Absolutely, definitely different, Chikey.
So Chikey's having a vacuous truth.
Yes.
You talked crap for about an hour, and I'm proving you with.
You're not proving anything, Chikey. You're just showing everyone that you're mental.
Everything you said.
You can't conflate tea and whiskey with a plane and a ball.
Yes.
No, they're not the same at all, Chikey.
Can you tell the difference between the surface of a sphere?
I can tell the difference between a plane and a ball, Chikey. I can tell the difference between a straight line and a circle, Chikey.
I have not finished my sentence. You can't answer what you didn't hear. So can you tell the difference between a sphere with the radius of 3959 miles and a plane surface? Can you do it, Ed?
I can definitely tell the difference between a sphere and a plane, Chikey.
With the radius 39,
Yes.
59.
Yes.
How do you do it?
Yes,
Tell
Chaiki.
me how you do it.
Because a plane is
tell me how you do
completely
it.
different to a sphere.
Really?
Yes, Chaiki.
Really? So
Yes,
tell me how you
Chaiki.
differentiate between the surface of a sphere with the radius
A
39,
sphere
59.
has no planar surfaces on it, Chaiki.
I asked
Not
how do you tell
one
I
planar surface.
Bev, I asked how do you tell the difference?
Geometrically, Chaiki.
Yeah, how
They
do you
are
do it?
geometrically
How do you do
opposed
it?
to each other.
How do you tell the difference, Bev? What tool do you use to tell the difference between the two?
A straight Chaiki.
Really? So
Yes.
on a scale of 1 meter, or I don't know what the observation was, on this scale, what tool do you use to tell the difference? Maybe we can ask Carpenter to post the observation. Hold on.
On a scale of what? Chaiki, what scale? What was the scale again, Chaiki?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see the observation. You know, I don't see Mobius pictures.
Oh, you've not seen it?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So you've not come here prepared or anything?
Well, I asked Carpenter to show us the observation. You tell us, how do you differentiate between a plane? Because you haven't done it on any scale. If you show us them out, you haven't done it. How would you do it?
What do you think the scale
I don't know.
difference would be?
We know the drop is 0.78 millimeter on 100 meters. How do you differentiate between this and flat surface?
You stop mumbling, Chaiki. Speak up, please.
Well, you need to put me on 100%. I don't want to yell, Bev.
Chaiki, you've just dropped your voice.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
Yes, I dropped my voice. I don't want to yell, Bev.
Well, before you were talking okay, Chaiki. Now you've dropped your voice.
Redmond, do you hear me okay?
No, you're very, very low. You're over talking. So can you speak clearly, old man?
No, not with the over talking. I'm sure I can't be heard. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Am I on 100% on your side?
It's the
I
oldest
am, but
book in the book.
Yeah. Go ahead. Say it again, Chaiki. Clearly.
I said the drop is 0.78 millimeters over 100 meters. How do you going to differentiate between this and
the drop
a flat
of
surface?
what, Chaiki?
Drop from horizontal. The curve,
drop of what
curve,
from horizontal,
the curve
Chaiki?
is different. The curve is different from a flat surface. At the end, by 0.78. At the middle, by 0.78 divided by 4.
First,
how do you tell this? How do you tell 0.2 millimeters at the middle different between and the difference between the middle and the side 0.2 millimeters and a flat surface? Tell me how you do it.
So you're saying there's a difference between level and horizontal?
No, we're talking about the sphere. No, we're talking about the sphere now. No level, no horizontal.
You just said horizontal.
A surface of a sphere, 39, 59 miles.
Well, now I don't even know what you're asking.
The difference between the center of the 100 meters and the sides, the difference is 0.2 millimeters. How are you going to measure it?
Yeah. Well, how do you measure anything?
Well, I'm asking you, how do you measure 0.2 millimeters?
Well, you said it
with a ruler, Chaiki. Come on.
What do you mean a ruler? What ruler? How do you measure the difference between this and flat?
How do you measure a difference of anything?
Bev, the curve is such.
If you want to do a really thin measurement, right? Have you ever seen the spark plugs and the little things that they use? That's how they measure really short distances.
The curve is such that the ends, if you put the curve against the flat surface, the difference at the end at each 50 meters is 0.2 millimeters.
Well, what's the
How
flat
are
surface?
you going to tell the difference?
How are you establishing a flat surface?
That's what I'm asking you. How do you establish this flat surface? To tell
That's
me
what
the
he's
difference
asking you.
between flat and this curve. How do you do it?
You're asking a question that you don't even know how to like
I'm
get a
asking
reference
you
to anything.
No, I didn't say I can't differentiate. Bev said he could, and I'm asking him how he differentiate 0.2 millimeter difference at the ends between a sphere and a flat surface.
The ends of what?
The ends, if we take a part of a sphere, an arc of 100 meters, of a sphere that has a radius of 59 miles. The difference, if you compare it to a flat surface at the ends, yes, if the center is touching, at the ends it will be 0.2 millimeters difference.
How would you get
How
that?
are you going
Wait. How would you get?
Chikey, we cannot hear you. He's turned you down on YouTube.
Who
So
gives
it's
a-
no,
I've
no
not
point-
turned
no point
him
in you saying
down,
anything. On
Rumpus.
YouTube, Chikey, it's impossible to hear what you're saying.
I know.
He should
No,
stop mumbling, shouldn't he,
about,
Rumpus?
I don't care about YouTube.
Rumpus, there you go. Words from Rumpus, Chikey. Stop mumbling. Speak into the mic more clearly. Please.
Click my name so everyone can see you put me on 50%, okay?
Everyone can hear you, Chikey.
Lying to yourself.
Right
Oh my
click my
gosh.
name so everyone can see you put me on 50% on YouTube.
It doesn't matter. Go back to the argument.
Don't tell me
that you bring it.
doesn't matter, Edmund.
Well, it matters
No,
to
just-
Chikey. It matters to
It matters to
Chikey.
Chikey.
YouTubers.
He needs to be heard.
Apparently,
That's not
Rumpus
true.
wants to hear me and he can't.
Everybody
No,
can
Chikey
hear
thinks
you.
That's stupid.
He said he can't, Bev. You're going to argue with what he said?
No, Rumpus is a blatant liar, Chikey.
No, he isn't.
Everybody knows
No, he
that's
isn't.
all Rumpus does is
No, he
lie.
isn't. No, it isn't.
Yes, it
And I
is.
can go
Everybody
and- I can
knows.
go and make a recording
We're having
of
the
myself
chat
and
now. I'll
everyone
just ask the
here
YouTube
will
chat.
hear how I look
Can
at the-
YouTube hear Chikey if he speaks clearly and stops mumbling? And two, does everybody think Rumpus is a lying piece of shit?
Make a poll.
Make a poll.
Yeah, make a
Well,
poll.
I'd see whether everybody thinks Rumpus is a lying piece of shit.
Right? You can make a poll.
Nah, I'll leave it.
Oh,
I'll do
oh,
that some
there,
other
that's
day.
all-
We'll try that
all the
tomorrow or
time.
something. If by
Oh,
Chikey's
there, that's all
request,
the time.
he will do a poll to see whether how many people think Rumpus is a lying piece of
Yeah, you
shit.
can do a poll. Can you hear Chikey or not?
Yeah, they're saying yes, they can hear you, Chikey. Now,
Who-
do you
who's
want to hear Chikey? Is the next question. Are you okay listening to Chikey? Because we can get rid of him if that's better. If not hearing Chikey is better than hearing Chikey,
Bev, fuck you, I'm out.
you're out. Thank you very much. Chikey. Chikey's gone of his own accord. They could hear you, Chikey, but it appears you've helped them out.
How do you reference a flat? My volume is too low. I mean, really.
It's good to know that I've missed out on Rumpus. I forgot about him. Right? You've got Carpenter and maybe that was Rumpus. Rumpus, was that you? Carpenter or Stark Odder? Perhaps. Yeah, mumbling. Chikey and the mumbling. He waited until paper had gone as well, didn't he? He must feel threatened at paper. Chikey. See, Chikey, everybody can hear you. I made sure the levels were okay. You were at the same level as everybody else. It's just that you started mumbling. There you go. Pat says, yeah. Muffled by a pillow, Chikey. That's what you started doing. I think you started talking down into your chest or something. Might be a bit hard at your age, keeping your chin up, looking at the mic. You might have started.
It's the oldest trick in the book. I've been around music my whole life, and singers do it constantly. Like a backup singer will sing really low so that their volume gets turned up.
Yeah.
So that when you perform, they're louder. But it's a good sound guy. I'll pick up on that.
Yeah, I've only got basic levels, but I could see that when he was talking, it was at the same level as everybody else at the beginning. Well, that was a good finish. Thank you very much, Rumpus, for popping in. We'd all forgotten about how you'd forgotten to do either your video or your test or anything like that. It's good to keep himself relevant in this in these hard times now. I don't know what Rumpus is going to be doing. I mean, does he go out anywhere? I think I possibly might have seen him over at Geo's, but I don't think he was opening his mic. I bet he gets shouted down everywhere he goes nowadays. He has become a bit of a joke, to be honest, Rumpus. He's not as effective as he used to be. You're asking. Jakey is playing a character. In real life, he is Charlie Brown's teacher. That's where I heard it, when he started doing his mumbling.
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah, well, I hope we didn't upset Chikey there. Tried to keep him happy, but I'm not turning his volume up because you don't need to hear an over loud Chikey. That's too much. He should listen to himself. So yeah, I think tomorrow we will be going over a logical argument, an old logical argument. It's probably 2 or 3 years old now. Was touted as one of the best arguments that people had. I don't know why. Nobody seems to understand what it was or what it is anymore. It's all been forgotten about. That's the way of logic. So yeah, okay, Chikey, Rumpus, anybody else? Sleeping Warrior, Arwin, QE, Nathan, whoever. You want to come over tomorrow? We'll be discussing an old logical argument that people have misrepresented. Are you got time for going live, Buster, or are you? Should I just?
I could do a short song.
Okay. Always up for a live, Buster. Turn out.
I'll just do it on here and end it out.
Sweet. Well, yeah. Anytime you're ready for going, we'll see you all tomorrow. Logic night. Buster's playing us out.
All right. Let me grab a pick. An oldie but a goodie. Everything
everything is relative to you. You just have to say it in generalities, just like those straight lines that curve in. Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know where all of this goes. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain. Never take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is insane. I know the game that you're playing. I know exactly what's on your mind. You got your playbook, it's alright. Your model dictates what you will find. And I don't know where all of this goes. Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they do is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they say is insane. I don't know where all of this goes. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain. Advice from fools. We all know what they say is insane.